Shalom, shalom. Welcome in. Hopefully y'all can hear me just fine. This thing kind of moving a little weird, so y'all bear with me a sec. Gotta set some things up real quick. All right. Let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. Bless y'all. Shalom, shalom. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, we about to go ahead and get this thing in, man. I got some things that we definitely need to go over. Yeah, some very important information we need to go ahead and address. And, you know, one thing's for sure, right? I'm gonna do a brief little synopsis on what I was doing yesterday, but as well as we're going to be going over a few things that's actually really important to review. Not only the ESPN situation, but also something that is extremely important for us all to know more about, honestly, when it comes to the country that we're currently living in now. You understand? This is not about American citizenship. This is about you and your family, the people, where you currently at, and what you should be expecting, what you should prepare yourselves for. We're going to go through a few things today, guys, and we're going to go ahead and break some things down. I really hope you guys are ready because we're about to get into this thing, y'all. We're about to get this thing knocked out. I believe that the information that I was able to come across is going to be very valuable to you all moving forward. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this thing.
Preaching hate, it says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore. If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf violent? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop him. Do whatever. Back, so they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
Get into it. All right, bless y'all. We're gonna see. I'm not too sure what the problem is, but you know, it's been doing this for the better part of the day. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, let's go ahead and get into these shout outs, man. If y'all can hear me out there, all right. All my righteous alpha man, please drop the Rams in the chat for me, please. And all of my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop some sheep in the chat for me, please. You understand what I'm saying? So we can get this ball rocking and rolling. We're going to get this thing going, y'all. All right. Yeah, I'm out. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Welcome in. All right. Bless you. We see you in here. Seasons to Journey. Honestly, we're gonna go ahead and pop that up there. Memberships are in. Hallelujah. You guys got an opportunity to go ahead and go join the membership, y'all. And we're gonna be going over some really, really solid information. Just dropped a live stream over there as well. Great information. You guys don't want to miss out on that. Also, of course, shout out to everybody who's been making their purchases with the t-shirts and everything like that, and looking out for the channel and showing the support. Please, if you have an opportunity, please go ahead and take a picture with your gear on, right, with your Warsheep Podcast or Warsheep Shepherd and Co shirts and sweaters on, and email them to me, please. If you're of course, following, I'm going to go ahead and drop my email in the chat. Resources for all of you guys who have been making your purchases on those shirts, man. Listen, I am honored that, you know, and humbled that you guys enjoy the actual designs and things like that, and you guys are making your purchases. Listen, I wouldn't have thought that. I wouldn't have thought it. I just was, thinking of other ways I can be able to do certain things. And I know that I know how to do certain things like that. So I brought it to the platform. I didn't think that, it was going to turn out this well. So thank you. Thank you so much for your support in that way. I really appreciate the support for the channel in any way. Just showing up and hitting the like button, hitting the share button. Really appreciate the support in that way as well. Talking about the podcast, sharing some of the videos here that you are doing. I appreciate all of the Warsheep Podcast followers, and especially the ones who really make some investments monetarily. Thank you so much for doing so. But you made your purchases. Please email me a photo of you in your shirt, sweater, whatever you purchased. Okay. I really appreciate you guys. That way I can give you guys a shout out. So I'm dropping my email in the chat. Let me go ahead and give the shout outs here real quick, y'all. All right, we got my mother Shay. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the renewal. Thank you for the support, my. I really appreciate you. Bless you. Um, Rebel Almighty, good to see you in this thing. Good to see you in here, Rebel Almighty. Charlie, my brother Odell. Charlie, look. Welcome in. You see the Rams in the chat right now. See the Rams in the chat. Brother Chris Briggs, welcome in. Get to see you in this joint. Get to see you in this joint, brother Chris Briggs. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. All right, all right. Womanati, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Hallelujah. Shalom, shalom. We got the Rams and we got the sheep in the chat. We got the Rams and the sheep in the chat. Listen, salute to you all for showing up here in a moment's notice. I believe we have some solid information we need to go ahead and crack open. So salute to you all real quick.
Carry on.
All right, carrying on. Let's go ahead and get it, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it. All right, so first thing I'm finna start with, y'all. Listen, I know that majority of all of us had an opportunity to check out the video that I recently just posted last night. Listen, I cracked that joint open, right? Like a nice cold beverage, nice cold beer, ice cold beer at around 11:30 at night ish. You know what I mean? Just trying to make a surprise real quick for everybody. And I was like, man, I don't know. Maybe I should hit it in the morning because I'm not too sure if, people are up tonight looking to view a video. And I was like, you know what? Something just told me, just drop it. Just drop it. Just put it out there. It don't matter. They'll catch it when they catch it. And I dropped it and it got a great response, even that late. So bless y'all, hallelujah. But definitely responding to the accusations, right? Or the hints or the alluding to a possible lawsuit that he believes he wants to file. You understand what I'm saying? Which, he's talking like real butthurt. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Like he's talking real butthurt. You guys know who I'm referring to, right? It seems like he just real butthurt. It seems like he's just real bothered. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I had to make that response. It was just something I did at a moment's notice and went ahead and released it because, man, listen, I'm wanting to be sure that he understands that nobody is going to be letting up off of you. You understand what I'm saying? The only thing you really can do is just be an honorable individual and go with what you need to go with. Come out here and address the public. Let them know what, even if you were to say, I disagree with the accusations of adultery, but you know what? These things here, I can definitely repent for. I'm willing to receive whatever form you're willing to accept. You understand what I'm saying? I'm willing to receive whatever form of repentance you're willing to give at this moment. Even if it is just, oh, I don't agree with the adultery thing, even though there's obviously clear evidence. But honestly, we're going to continue to expose you, Dow. I mean, don't think you can make threats or issue these false threats. You understand what I'm saying? And think that someone's going to be terrified. Listen, I've dealt with in courtrooms. You understand what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm 6 prosecutors in. I still was stumping mud holes in their asses. Ain't nobody going to be timid when it comes to going to the court of law. You understand what I'm saying? But simply when you make these idle threats and trying to force compliance with whatever you feel like we're doing over here to really tear down Satan's kingdom. You understand what I'm saying? But do the work of the Father. That has no concern for me. I don't believe that anybody really truly cares, Dow.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
we don't care.
Jerry.
We truly don't care. But I did pull up a few things when it comes to data, when it comes to research. You guys already know that I really do enjoy to do, some pretty good research. I'm learning to do more thorough investigations nowadays. And I really noticed there was a huge effect that took place not too long ago. And I want to share that with you guys because you know what? My thing is that, hey, Life is life. And I believe that when we are approaching things the way that we are affecting change, using our voice to be able to affect change, using our voice, lifting them up, talking about things, doing what it says to do over in Proverbs 31:9. You understand what I'm saying? Open your mouth, open thy mouth, and judge righteously. When we're doing this, we're able to effectively judge and actually bring about change. You understand what I'm saying? We can influence our environment and make it so the change that's required, that's needed. So I went ahead and did some investigation. I did some digging. You already know I had to run my ass on over there and dig us some hard facts, y'all. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here today, but let's go ahead and get into it. Let me show you guys exactly what I have found and uncovered. Okay. My thing is this. You guys are going to be pretty, I think that you guys enjoy this. All right. Let me share my screen with you all. All right. Now, this is a lookup tool, right? This is a lookup tool. And we're going to be looking up this particular channel. Something that I noticed the other day, okay, in regards to this channel. So this is Dow's channel. You see, as you can see here, we're just looking up the performance of the channel itself. So if we can be able to take a look at what we're doing here, you see here, right? What I noticed is that, what did I say the last live stream? The Most High has him capped at 213K subscribers, and he ain't going above that. Well, take a look. Oh man, hopefully you guys can see this, right? Because this thing is moving slow, y'all. And I'm not too sure why. But we take a look at this data here, y'all. As you can see, he's lost at least over 1,000 subscribers, right? And that was over the past since January 6th, between December 31st and January 6th. He's lost over 1,000 subscribers. You understand what I'm saying? That has dipped significantly. Now, since I'd say, okay, he's gained some subscribers here back in February. That was the beginning of the year, beginning of this year, February. And then in March, dipped down another 1,000. April dipped down another 1,000. You understand what I'm saying? It held steady all the way till December, January, beginning of the year, dipped down to another 1,000, negative 1,000 subs. Oh, you understand what I'm saying? So a message is out. The message is out. The word is out. People are hearing it. People are seeing what the truly is. And they are not looking to have any parts in this nonsense. As you can see, it's on a decline. As this is the reason why, you guys, this is the reason why he's making these videos. This is the reason why he's doing what he's doing. You got to understand this. It's because these numbers that are affecting him is the reason why. This is the reason why he's making these videos and making idle threats and talking about civil actions and suits. While nobody really gives a shit. You understand what I'm saying? My thing is this, right? You don't get any sympathy from me.
You get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look at the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
My thing is that you should be very, very humbled by this site and saying, maybe there's something that I should do to fix this. Maybe it's some things that I need to do to address this in an appropriate manner. You understand what I'm saying? You'll never move up again. This is something that's definitely profound, because you know what? If we're on a steady decline in subscriptions, you understand what I'm saying? Let's take a look at what his live count is as of now. He's 212,000, right? Negative 33 daily average, negative 33. You understand what I'm saying? Last 30 days, 1,000 subscribers down. Weekly average 230. Okay, we on a steady decline. Let's live subscription. Let's see what that's looking like. Oh, come on. Oh, I'll play games. Let's see what that's looking like. This is the live count, exactly how many he's currently at. And I thought this was pretty interesting. Okay, this is explaining a lot. Okay, so he's down 212,000 right now. So yeah, it's exactly 1,000 subscribers down. You understand what I'm saying? It was not like it went 212,900 or 212,500. No, y'all, this is 2,000, 1,200, right? 212,000 even. So that's an even 1,000 subscribers down. You understand what I'm saying? That's hurting a little bit. That's hurting a little bit. I wonder how much more it's going to continue to drop. That's what I'm kind of curious about. But you know, it is what it is. We're gonna move on. We got more things we need to talk about as well here, and we're gonna go ahead and dive into a particular case law that I found to be very interesting, y'all. I just wanted to show you guys this real quick because this is a part of the research that I was doing here today. Yeah, it's a real deal. It's the real deal. The Most High is definitely judging. So as you can see by the numbers, you know, on a steady decline on this channel. So 1,000 subscribers down. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna monitor it, keep an eye on it, and see how much further it's gonna drop. And that's it. That's it, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? Those last dips when Rufus left. And the current one is the 501c3 exposure. Yep, that's correct. You got listen, the past 30 days between December 31st and January 1st. You understand what I'm saying? That's in the last few days. The last few days. That was between December 1st and January 1st. That's the exact time where the 501c3 exposure took place. You understand what I'm saying? That's when that video dropped. That's when that live stream dropped. And that's when we started to talk about the 501c3. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm taking a look at the live stream now that was peeled back. You know, that peeled his muffin cap back blue. Oh. Yes, it's about 6 days ago. Okay. That's correct. That is the exact video. Wow. Man, listen, it was a team effort. The team over at on a Discord app. Listen, y'all got to join us on Discord. Of course, I'm gonna have to vet you and see who you are first before we let you into the core group. However, good work, and salute to not only brother Odell, right, who you'll see as brother Charlie over here. salute. Not only that, but also brother Z Manning. Salute to you, brother.
Carry on.
Because that's the exact date. December 31st and January 1st is when that dip took place, 1,000 down. You understand what I'm saying? So good work, fellas. It was a team effort. Great work. That was 6 days ago. Exact time, January 1st. Great work, y'all. Great work. All right. So, but you're absolutely right, brother. Absolutely right. Action Children's. Yes, right. That's right. That's right. Taking people land. Come on now. Big facts. I'm trying to tell you. Using people's secrets against them. Listen, you got hell to pay. The Most High is going to repay. He's going to repay. So you need to, they got to chill. Peace and blessings to all. I want to publicly apologize to all of you because of actions between how I apologize, brother. Bless you. Not a problem, my brother. Bless you. It's all love. I totally understand. I really appreciate the repentance, brother, and I definitely take it to heart. Hallelujah. Thank you so much for having the heart to do that. Bless you well, my brother. All right, Mary J song, you going down. You feel me? Great job, team. Yes. All right. So at some point, if you don't mind, one of the moderators, if you can drop the link to the Discord app in in the chat, I really would appreciate that. I don't want to have to toggle back and forth between apps. Welcome in, brother Yoga. Get to see you. We was just discussing how by December 31st and January 1st, this channel has dropped 1,000 subscribers since the 501c3 information has come out. Now, like I said, the team over in Discord, brother Yoga, you joined me that night as well, spoke on the situation. I appreciate your contributions as well. We 1,000 down, y'all. 1,000 down on this particular channel. The Most High is not playing no games, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? He is not playing no games. Not none, not one. You understand what I'm saying? So, the truth is coming out. The truth is truly being revealed. And we're going to see how much more of a decline this thing is going to continue to be on. Okay. I will check in every so often and see what's happening. But of course, I was saying that cap of 213K, the Most High ain't breaking that ceiling. And he know why. Bless you. No, you good, my brother. Bless you. Welcome in. Well, that's the reason why, unblocked you. And of course, we brought you back into, and so of course, I'm always happy to have you, brother Myron. I'm always happy to have you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm always happy to have you. Bless you, my brother. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this thing, y'all. Good work, everybody. Like I said, it was a team effort. Did a great job. I'm gonna go over that number one more time here. I'm gonna show the numbers one more time. As you can see, 212,000 even. And hey, maybe this will bring about some sort. This is the reason why he's making all these videos. This is the reason why he's so nervous about things. You see, that drop that was December 31st, between December 31st and today, January 6th. Okay. That was a steep drop of 1,000. You understand what I'm saying? Back here, back in March 2024, another 1,000 in April. You understand what I'm saying? And another 1,000 recently, December 31st, January 6th. You understand what I'm saying? So, and that's a significant drop. 1,000 subscribers down is crazy work. You understand what I'm saying? I get 1 to 2 to 5. You understand what I'm saying? But 1,000, it means whatever we're doing is extremely effective. You understand what I'm saying? It's extremely effective. Let's keep up the good work, and we'll see what happens next. Maybe he'll grow some balls and actually own up to some things, and then that way he can prosper, right? Because I believe he'll be up. People regain confidence in the whole situation. But let's go ahead and do our thing here. Bless y'all. All right, so just wanted to show you guys that real quick, and we're going to move on to the actual topic here for today. The first topic that I have here for you guys in regards to Joy, I believe her name is Joy. First Faraji. Faraji is the one who filed the actual her. Oh gosh, this thing is tripping. Along with her attorney, right? Her attorney filed the petition. Her name is Faraji. If this thing will pull up, then we'll be in the game. I don't know what's happening, but I'll figure it out at some point. You know what I'm saying? That's one. Faraji, and then we got Joy. Where's my documents? We got Joy Taylor from the ESPN S1, right? She did that show. When I first saw Joy Taylor, y'all, Joy Taylor, of course, was an attractive young lady who was up on ESPN. That's right. Pastor Rufus is not lying. So she was up on ESPN, and it was just a random chick up there who was talking, whatever. I'm like, okay, well, they just got some eye candy up here for the fellas. Whenever the fellas want to tune in, they got a little bit of eye candy. You feel me? They can look at somebody who want to talk about something. But then once I start to, and of course, my thing is this, right? It's okay for her to want to be opinionated on sports, but play the sport. You know what I mean? Like, actually have some experience. Like, actually have some type of experience in that field. If you're going to talk about basketball, at least have some experience, knowledge in that, right? To where you've actually spent a substantial in that sort of women's basketball, whatever it may be. You get what I'm saying? Like, you understand sports. This woman, I believe Joy Taylor, just came nowhere and started off her career in doing reporting for a completely different company out of a totally different state before she hit ESPN. She didn't really have a whole lot of skin in the game. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't a whole lot of skin in the game. Yeah, that's why he crying about defamation. That's why he crying about defaming the character and things hurting his bottom dollar. He down another 1,000 subscribers. He just losing subscribers at this point. That's about it. He not gaining anything. But yeah, bless you. Welcome in, brother Timbo Slice. Welcome in, brother Timothy. Welcome in. Good to see you in here. Let's hope that I gotta rebuke whatever spirit's working within my technology right now in the name of Jesus, because it's trying to slow me down a bit. I don't like any woman covering sports. It's insulting, right? Listening to them talk football on those shows. Yeah, that's exactly my point. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you got no experience in that field, but you persist to want to talk about it. But now my thing is this: the biggest thing that I got is that the rest of the men that are in there, they're actually are sports players, right? They actually are ex-NFL players, right? Some of them may be very valuable players that did really well in their career. They sit back and they allow this woman to control the conversation. They allow this woman to control the narrative. When she opens her mouth and starts to speak about things, they let her just do it. And my thing is this, right? There's nothing wrong. She has true experience. You understand what I'm saying? If she has the experience to be able to give the opinion on that topic, there's nothing wrong with that. But if she doesn't have any experience to be able to talk about it, she needs to keep her mouth shut on those topics. Well, we all know what the truth is, though, right? And the truth was revealed not too long ago in this particular formal petition. Okay. Now, you all know that, when I saw this particular situation, I thought, you know what? Let me see what else is going to come out. Because you know what? It's not solidified. It's just a petition that's been filed. Nothing has truly been proven. My thing is this, right? I'm not going to continue to take a position of bias, right? If I know for a fact that some of these things are absolutely true. It could be 100% facts. The young lady who brought it out, I believe her name is Faraji. Faraji, I'm sure that she was butthurt. I'm sure she was bitter as hell. You understand what I'm saying? Bitter as hell. She got let go. She got fired. She got clipped from the ESPN platform. And so she decided to flip on everybody. You understand me? But let's not be naive to think, right, that they don't play just as well as the rest of these industry play. They be playing. For a fact that they off and they out and they're out there fully. You understand what I'm saying? That's why my thing is this, right? It ain't too far fetched from the truth. You understand what I'm saying? She just got a little butt hurt because I believe the topic is her go. You understand what I'm saying? So I believe she got a little butt hurt. She kind of twisted and turned on her friend and started outing everybody. We're going to get into a few details of that situation here in a minute. All right. And we're going to kind of discuss some things about Skip Bayless as well, and him offering her 1.5 million in order for to just to sleep with her. Now, all of this is obviously something that has been accusations that have been written out in this petition, right? And it still is subject to be proven in a court of law. So we can't say that it is 100% accurate as to what this woman is stating, okay? Proof and evidence is what back up and will solidify any and everything, because we know how these women can be. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes they like to kind of twist the truth a little bit to make it worse than what it truly should be. Now, let me go ahead and show you guys who Faraji is, in case you guys were curious, okay? In case y'all was curious about who this person is, I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all see exactly who she is. All right. So you already know y'all listen. This story right here, honestly, I started to think about it and I'm like, yo, it's always something that drops that's gotta be interesting, right? And how these scandals drop out of nowhere when we're in the middle of some sort of crisis. When in the middle of something, it seems like they be trying to hide some shit. This is Faraji, man. I don't know what's going on with this name. This is Faraji. That's her. You understand what I'm saying? Attractive young lady. She's attractive. I'm not too sure. Some say that she is Arabian. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. You understand what I'm saying? But I believe she's the one who got clipped. They went ahead and they trashed her, and now she trashing them effectively, right? In the courtrooms, in the media, all of this is taking place, right? That's right. All of this is taking place. So that boy said coming soon to Netflix. Oh boy. Man, it's gonna drop even harder after that. All right. And so my thing is this, right? Dow is full of yeah, he is. I was horrible in all sports. I was like females. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Don't even worry about it. And Mama Nelly like Joy Taylor at straight way. Absolutely. Listen. My thing is this, right? From what they're depicting that she's been doing, I'm curious and I want to know why now. Why are these accusations being brought forth now? You understand what I'm saying? What did someone do in order to allow this woman to come out with her claims, right? A lot of times we see in the industry, somebody has done something in order for the claims to actually be dropped and released. There was always something, right? You were having you can go Michael Jackson. You can say Michael Jackson, right? And how they went on a smear campaign with him. You know what I mean? A blackball type of a blackout smear campaign with him. You can go Candace Owens, same thing, blackout smear campaign. We just went over this with Justin Bieber. Came out with a blackout smear campaign. I'm curious as to what actually happened. I'm not too sure. I did some digging. I couldn't really find anybody speaking against anything, as we know that ESPN is kind of far left, right? They like to really back up whatever the world is pushing. So if the world is pushing LGBTQ, then they like to back that up. You feel me? If they're pushing anti America, right? They're anti-American, right? They will back that up. If they're pushing anything, honestly, wherever the flow of the world is going, that's usually where ESPN is going to go as well. They're very go with the flow, whatever is going to cause less issues, problems, and friction. Okay. And they'll promote it heavily. So my thing is this, right? I really want to get into this, what was being discussed in regards to Skip, because Skip, man, you definitely got some real problems here today. And, we got some problems here to face in this lawsuit. Accusations, you got to go and actually answer those. Like, what the hell is really going on, Skip? You feel me? Like, I don't know. I never could really get with Skip, though. You know what I mean? Skip always had this personality that I just couldn't really mesh with. Like, it just seemed like he was just too combative and argumentative, and he was super emotional, right? Always extremely emotional, even when my boy was also hosting the show with him. Not Shannon Sharp, but my other guy. What's his name? Shoot. Let's see. Stephen A. Smith. So even Stephen A. Smith, he was kind of really catty with Stephen A. Smith. Called him a boy and all that shit. I know y'all remember that. Like, come on now. Ain't nobody forgot. You think somebody forgot? Skip? Ain't nobody forgot. He called Shannon Sharp a boy. You understand what I'm saying? And told him not to raise his voice. Really, really just was punking his ass out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? No one forgot that. No one forgot it. So now he's being accused of misconduct. Let's just say that. Let's say misconduct. Now
it's apropos that I have you here with me.
We have also, of course, Stephen A. Smith, who's spoken out against the situation. And in
started with this subject
defense
because we all know
of-
that.
Come on, man. In defense of Skip Bayless, let's hear what he has to say in regards to this before we move to the actual petition itself, y'all. Let's listen in. See what he's saying.
It's apropos that I have you here with me. I have to get started with this subject because we all know that anytime you
Dang, what is going on, yo?
just Skip Bayless, anybody wants to, most folks want to hear what
Yo.
I have to say, and that's where we're going to get started because it's sports media news, which makes it apropos, and it involves a recent lawsuit filed against Fox Sports, and several people, including my buddy Skip Bayless, my former colleague at ESPN. The suit filed by a woman named Nasheen Faraji, a former hairstylist for the company, cites several instances of workplace misconduct, okay? The 42-page, that's right, 42-page suit names several defendants, including Fox Sports Executive Vice President Charlie Dixon and even host Joy Taylor. Faraji alleges Dixon grabbed her buttocks at a birthday party, and when she relayed the encounter to Taylor, the Fox host allegedly told her to, quote, get over it, end quote. As for Skip Bayless, Faraji says he touched her inappropriately.
What in the world?
And propositioned her for sex, offering her $1.5 million, end quote. I'll get to Tori and her thoughts on for a second.
All right. I can't. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't. This thing is not gonna. We got it skipping and doing all kind of crap. So I'm gonna see what I can do about this for a sec, and then because I don't know. This thing is what? How many minutes in? Okay. Thank you. Can you sit over there? I don't know how many minutes this. Let me see if I can be able to adjust this real quick and get this thing to be playing all the way through. Because you know what, it's definitely struggling, y'all. That's my bad. I don't know what exactly the problem is. Honestly, I'm connected just fine. Maybe my upstream downstream is having some issues, bandwidth or something like that. So I'm gonna close out a few things in order to see if that's gonna fix the issue real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and continue because let's see if we can close some stuff out. Do a refresh, a reboot, and then we're gonna come back in. All right, refresh, reboot, then we're gonna get back to it. Let's go ahead and do that. Boom. All right. So back in this thing, let's see what we got now. Now I'm gonna see how it moves. All right. I have to rebuke it again, huh? Let's see. All right. So still kind of, but let's see what we got. All right.
First things first, let me tell you why I had.
All right. Let me refresh this as well. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Let me see if I can get this thing moving properly. because I want to check this thing out. But if it's gonna give me problems, we're gonna move on to the petition and just reading the petition, going based on what we see here. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do it that way. We're gonna go ahead and move on with this. Give me a sec real quick. Y'all give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing going. Because it's okay. I got a bunch of windows open. Let me see if I can close these out. All right. Let's go into a break. Boom. Shit. All right. I believe I'm back. Y'all. All right, y'all. Come on. Let's go ahead and reshift this real quick. All my righteous alpha men. Come on. Let's see them Rams in the chat for me, please, y'all. See them Rams in the chat for me, please. All of my elegant women who are exceptional. Drop some sheep in the chat for me, please. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and do it. I want to make sure that I'm back. We're going to go ahead and reset and get this thing going. That was a quick reset, y'all. I ain't going to lie. I reset this door fast as hell. All right. I see. Okay. We can go ahead and close that out. We got windows popping up. Boom. Perfect. I see it. Good to go. Quick reboot. Let's get it. Okay. All right. We're going to reset this thing up real quick. All right. So another thing is that with this particular petition, y'all, it has been very interesting, right? Reading through it. I've read through it quite a bit. And honestly, these are all accusations, right? They're all accusations that's been brought forth. One thing that stands out to me about this particular petition, okay? One thing that stands out to me is that I don't know if she has heavy claims. In her, this is he say, she say. Let me just say that, okay? This is he say, she say. This is stuff that, if she doesn't have any real thorough receipts, right? That they'll throw this out in court so quick if she does not have any thorough receipts. Because she spoke about a lot of different things, right? When it comes to Faraji, she spoke about a lot of things that were just based on her experience. Now, who's to say that that's been proven to be true? She has to come with the facts, the proof, and the evidence of it. So a lot of individuals, man, they out here making these videos, right? Talking this and that about the situation as though they already made a determination and decision what the facts are. honestly, what if it's Faraji who was on that type of time, looking to make it in the industry and was actually doing those things to come up, to get the right spots, right? To get the opportunities that she was afforded to as a stylist. And the moment she got canned, the moment that she got fired, she actually was the one who took on that personality she's talking about, that Joy Taylor has taken on. Now, my thing is this, right? With this petition, and the points that they kind of bring up, you don't really hear saying, oh, I got these receipts, I got this in writing, I have this, that, and the third. We're going to get to the petition here in a minute. We're going to confirm that. So it's really suspicious. It's suspect as hell. The rumors that's been going around about her and I say Charlie Dixon, right? Could have been some rumors. It could have been straight up rumors and that's it. But she's brought those into a petition, a federal petition, and now she's trying to make claims that this is true. You never truly know, right? Unless she has actual tangible proof and evidence, much like the whole Diddy case. You understand what I'm saying? When those individuals came with their accusations, what did they do? They had proof and evidence. They had exhibits. You feel me? It was listed in there from exhibit this, and this, right? They had actual proof, tangible proof and evidence of the accusations that were being made, that were being levied. You understand what I'm saying? So that's one thing that I will always be looking for. I would want to be looking for the actual proof and evidence of all of these accusations, all of the claims that's being made. I want to see the tangible proof and evidence. I want to see where's your exhibits. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you're just talking, then blowing hot air, then that's just all you're really doing. You're talking and blowing hot air. You understand what I'm saying? And but if you ain't got no real proof, tangible proof and evidence, then how can we take your word for it? And I'm hearing it all over, the platforms. Everybody's talking about this situation, and everybody is basically trashing the hell out of Taylor, right? Out of Joy Taylor. And you never truly know because there's no real facts that's been proven in the case. Like, honestly. So what I want to do is I want to reread through this case law. I want to reread through this thing. And I want to read the important pieces of this, okay? And I want to see if they're saying that they have any exhibits within this case, okay? Now, am I saying that she's absolutely wrong? No, I'm saying that, listen, you have to come from a position of we need the facts. We need the proof, the tangible proof and evidence, right? That what you're saying ain't just you being a bitter ass friend, right? Who didn't get her away. Because this would be the MO. Same thing with Joy Taylor. You need to defend your position. You need to come out and talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? And you need to come out and speak about it and give your side of what's going on. Don't just sit there and try to be silent on the situation. If you need to speak on it, speak on it. If you're being instructed not to even address it because of legal reasons or legal purposes, then okay, I understand not addressing it. But my thing is that where's your proof and evidence? Where's your facts? Where's your tangible proof and evidence and facts? Okay, that's the biggest thing. Now I'm gonna go for the PDF, and then we're gonna go ahead and I believe it's running a lot better, y'all. I believe it's running a lot better. I'm so glad that this platform continues to stream while I get this thing in order. All right, we're gonna go X. Okay, let's go ahead. We're gonna pop this thing open. Let's go. We're gonna hit X. Boom. I believe I hit Skip Bayless. And we got it. Shalom. Welcome in, brother Z Manning. Salute. Welcome in. All right. They over here tripping on X, y'all. All right, so y'all already know I had to go ahead and do my investigations, man. I had to go ahead and look these things up. Take my ass on over to X. And get as much information as possible, y'all. My thing is this, right? With this whole particular case, man, honestly, I am not convinced of any side right now. I need to understand what's going on with the facts. You understand what I'm saying? That's just how I am. I want to hear the facts. I want to hear what the proof is, tangible proof and evidence. You see Skip Bayless after spending 1.5 million. X don't got no chill, y'all. X don't got no chill, y'all. All right. X don't got no chill. Let's listen in on what okay, yeah, I remember him saying
the horniest man in America, huh?
this.
I guess he might be the horniest man in America, huh?
Yeah, $1.5 million for sex is crazy. And then what's even crazier is that I'm so surprised if she actually turned it down. I'm very surprised and shocked in that, right? That big ups to her. If that actually truly happened, man, listen.
Wants me to ignore Joy Taylor and focus more on Skip Bayless because they're alleging that he's offered this single mother $1.5 million in order to get the box. We don't need to focus on that because by default, Skip Bayless is going to be held accountable. That's what happens with men. We got a bias against them. And because he's not producing right now, because he's not hot right now, he's going to be a leper. Skip Bayless will probably never, ever work on a major network ever again. But we can't say the same for Joy Taylor. I guarantee you she lands on her feet. But more importantly, the bigger question and the greater conversation should be, did Skip Bayless have so much animosity for thinking that this woman, according to the lawsuit allegedly, that she was busting down Shannon Sharp? And how women is always, almost 9 times out of 10, always at the foundation of a breakup and the breakup of a $1.5 billion annual revenue business. I believe that's what it said in the lawsuit, regardless. The point is that women will always get a bias, men will always be held accountable, and you simps are some of the worst people I've ever seen in my entire life. You didn't have that same energy and live and let live when it came to Jay-Z or anybody else that's accused and lose their job by default. But you want to do that for Joy Taylor. I don't know if y'all think that she going to give y'all some box or what, but it's not going to happen. So just be consistent across the board. If you're going to have a conversation in truth. If you're going to live and let live, then live and let live. But don't be hypocritical and only extend grace when it comes to a woman. Hold everybody accountable.
You feel me? And I agree with that totally, because my thing is this, right? Even though Skip is being named in this situation, listen, I'm not convinced. And I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I'm not convinced because there's no real tangible proof and facts. I need to have some real evidence as to what's really going on. Okay. That's what I really am looking for. I'm looking for evidence. I want you to say that you have certain exhibits being submitted and pressed in the court, right? I'm going to be submitting exhibit whatever to prove my case. You understand what I'm saying? Otherwise, you don't got nothing. If you don't got video footage plus, audio, things like that, you ain't got no case. You understand? You got to get him admitting this, right? Now, okay, so now we're going to go ahead and jump into this case law. You understand what I'm saying? Because my thing is that I need to reread this, and I want to do that because with you guys live, because of the simple fact that I want you guys to see the points where I'm coming from. Where is the facts? Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's the tangible proof and facts? You understand what I'm saying? I can't go based on this young lady's word because she probably was like truly butthurt. She might have been turned down by Mr. Dixon. Maybe she was turned down by Skip Bayless. You guys ever seen that one movie, right? With Beyonce and Idris Elba. What's that movie called? Temptation. Thank you. Temptation. The movie Temptation. What a white woman was trying to press herself upon the guy, right? Upon Idris Elba. He wasn't going for that shit. So what she do? She start running and degrading this man to the media, all this other stuff. It start coming out. Now his marriage is on the rocks. Now his woman's all upset, destroying the house, all this other shit because she was turned down and told no. You understand what I'm saying? That happens, y'all. And then I think there's some underlining there too. Y'all remember that one song, Lemonade, right? And she was like, "You better go get Becky with the good hair" and all of that. Well, some speculate that movie was a replay as to what she did to Jay-Z's mistress, but that's just speculation. You understand what I'm saying? That's allegedly. This is what it was, a play out, kind of like the whole Diddy situation where he was running down the hallway of the hotel, but really it actually truly happened. He was chasing what's that girl's name? Cassie down the hotel hallway too. You know what I mean? And it actually turned out to be an actual situation that truly happened. Some are speculating that situation truly did actually happen at the end of it, where Beyonce gets into a full-blown fight in battle with the woman, right? And then there she winds up dying at the end of the movie, right? Some speculate that actually truly happened in real life. And I believe, yeah. So they're investigating that. Oh, yeah, on Jay-Z's behalf, right? The mistress, you know what I'm saying? All right, so let's go ahead and get into this thing, right? We're in subsection B. I just want to throw that out there. I thought it was pretty ironic. Absolutely. There are some who've been looking in side eye for a minute. Yeah, Shannon Sharp. Yep. Absolutely. He asks to incent like he hasn't sold out. Well, but that interview with Kamala Harris was a bit revealing. Okay. Absolutely. Subsection B. Let's go to subsection B in regards to this. And this is where she's going to be talking about Miss Taylor. You understand what I'm saying? Mr. Dixon gives Miss Taylor undisputed as a reward having sex with him. You understand? That was a reward to have sex with him, right? And approximately March 16th. Okay, March 16th. What's the date? You know, say March 16th. What? Okay, so we got March 16th. We got the year and the month. Okay, so Miss Faraji met Miss Taylor, an aspiring sports personality that had recently moved from Miami to Los Angeles for an opportunity of airtime at Fox. At the time, Miss Taylor did not have regular position, but would fill in on a day-to-day basis when talent was sick of or otherwise missed time. Miss Taylor told Miss Faraji that she was recently wed, but her husband remained in Miami and that she was lonely in Los Angeles. You understand what I'm saying? I need facts of that. I need tangible proof and evidence. Okay. Did she say it through text? Did she say it verbally? Where did she say that? Miss Taylor then befriended Miss Faraji. So they became friends at that point. And approximately May 2016, Miss Taylor asked Miss Faraji to meet for a drink in Santa Monica. When Miss Faraji arrived, she found Miss Taylor with an older man, Fox Sports executive, vice president of content, Mr. Dixon. Okay, so she found her with Mr. Dixon. As executive vice president, Mr. Dixon is responsible for overseeing all content and production of FS1. Miss Faraji, however, did not know Mr. Dixon. Okay, Faraji didn't know him, supposedly, right? When Mr. Dixon, she might have done her homework before they even arrived. I promise you, because honestly, this is an exec. This is an exec, a president. He's one of the execs, right? Of content for FS1. You know what I'm saying? Now, Faraji, she's an attractive girl, so he might have wanted to be introduced to Faraji. But these guys who are on this particular level, right, on a higher level like this, a vice president, things like that, they tend to kind of be real chill, and whoever they deal with, but they don't typically want to mingle too much. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes they may do want to mingle, but they tend to not mingle a whole lot. But that's why I speculate whether she already knew who he was based on research. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes before you go into a particular industry, you look up who's running shit. You look them up. You see who's who. All right. When Miss Dixon went to buy them another round of spicy margaritas, Miss Faraji asked who he was. Okay, now you're asking who he was. Miss Taylor responded that he was just a friend. following that night. Whenever Miss Faraji would meet with Miss Taylor for drinks or food, Mr. Dixon would either arrive with Miss Taylor or show up later in the night and leave with Miss Taylor. He would always buy rounds of drinks and / or food for their body language. Miss Faraji suspected that the pair were sleeping with each other. Suspected. So Miss Faraji suspected. It was not confirmed. Based on their body language, she suspected that they were sleeping with each other. Now that could be grossly misunderstood in regards to body language. Sometimes you might think something, but truly it's not that. You know what I mean? It's true. They're just friendly. They just cool with each other. You understand what I'm saying? And also you could be lying. Now suspected does not confirm anything. Oh, you understand what I'm saying? That the pair was sleeping with each other. And although this concerned Miss Faraji, why are you concerned? Right? You just met the girl. Why are you concerned? As she knew Miss Taylor was recently married. Okay. Miss Faraji kept her opinions to herself. All right. And approximately June 6, 2016, while at work, Miss Faraji noticed Mr. Dixon in the elevator, right? Surprised by the coincidence, Miss Faraji found Miss Taylor and told her excitedly. Miss Faraji found Miss Taylor and told her excitedly the guy who always buys the drinks was in the elevator. Miss Taylor quickly silenced Miss Faraji. The guy who always buys our drinks was in the elevator. My apologies. Okay. Miss Taylor quickly silenced Miss Faraji, explaining who he was. Miss Faraji became alarmed, right? And warned Miss Taylor that such a relationship with was unsafe. Okay. Was unsafe. Miss Taylor told her not to worry about it. Miss Faraji continued to be friends with Miss Taylor, but tried to distance herself as she coincidenced the situation. Okay. So she started to distance herself as she considered the situation dangerous as well as morally wrong, as Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were both married. Okay, which makes sense. I'm gonna get together. Yeah, let's go. All right. In approximately July 2016, word spread amongst Fox employees about a new show that was going to be a big deal, as it would star Mr. Bayless, okay, Skip Bayless, and Shannon Sharp. All right. Mr. Sharp, it was known that Fox was looking for a woman with significant TV experience to also star. Therefore, it came as a surprise when Fox announced that Miss Taylor, who was a bartender and radio host in Miami, very little TV experience, would be the moderator of the new show, a sports debate program, Skip and Shannon Undisputed. Now, a lot of times, right, they would probably make a decision like this just based on her being attractive, her level of attractiveness. She's a busty woman, right? She's got a nice little rack on her or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Some beautiful peanut butter skin or whatever. She's an attractive young lady. You understand what I'm saying? And you have your viewership is predominantly what? Male. You understand what I'm saying? You got a male viewership. Bro, I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to see a couple guys in a circle jerk. You know what I'm saying? All goddamn conversation long. I want to see some women from time to time too. So you might be able to raise or boost the ratings if you get an attractive woman on set. not only attractive woman on set, but somebody who has some experience in broadcasting. Okay, so that's what would make sense to me, right? That would make sense to make a move like that. You understand what I'm saying? But this whole time that I've been looking at this whole petition here, there has not been in any of the accusations, right? She's just painting a picture here, right? There has not been any sort of, oh, I have exhibit A, exhibit B, exhibit C as text message proof that we were having this conversation, that this conversation actually took place the way that I'm telling you that it took place. I need some proof. I want, yeah, chill out. chill out. I need to see some proof and evidence. You understand what I'm saying? We need to see proof. We need to see evidence. Just the name Shay is sus. yeah, it is a bit sus. But we want to see some proof and evidence as to what's truly going on here, right? And we have not gotten this. This petition has not said anything about having any exhibits to be able to prove any facts. Okay, not just yet. Mr. Bayless later disclosed to Ms. Faraji that he did not want Miss Taylor on the show. Okay, he didn't want Miss Taylor on the show, but Mr. Dixon was adamant. So Mr. Dixon was adamant about Miss Taylor, that Miss Taylor should star. Okay, so they're friends. They gotten to know each other or whatever. Based on what Faraji is saying, Miss Faraji is saying. At first, Mr. Dixon argued. Okay, Mr. Dixon argued. At first, Mr. Dixon arranged a dinner between Mr. Bayless and Miss Taylor, where she arrived, right? Okay, where she arrived in provocation and provocative clothing. Okay, where she arrived in provocative clothing and acted in a provocative manner. Wait a minute. So how does she know that? Mr. Bayless later, okay, well, let's keep reading to see how she actually knew that. When they did not change, when they did not change Mr. Bayless' opinion, right? Mr. Bayless' opinion of Miss Taylor, Mr. Dixon asked him to approve of her as a favor to him. Reluctantly, Mr. Bayless agreed to do so as a favor to a friend. Around August 2016, Miss Faraji attended a dinner with Miss Taylor and her husband and Mr. Dixon and his wife. During the dinner, Miss Taylor's husband became suspicious that Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were having a sexual relationship. Soon after the dinner, Miss Taylor's husband found evidence of the inappropriate relationship and divorced Miss Taylor. Okay, so we need the husband to come out with those receipts. The ex-husband needs to come out with that evidence and those receipts. They did indeed divorce at some point. And they were, I believe, together for a couple of years or so. They were married for a couple of years. But it did come out, and it was something where she actually, like, it didn't come out publicly. Whatever his reasons was to divorce her, that was his reasons, right? So I'm just curious to how she knew of the events that took place between Mr. Bayless and Skip Bayless and Joy Taylor, right? How does she understand that she dressed provocatively and was acting and behaving in a provocative manner if she wasn't there? So that's a question that I would want to have. I would want to raise that question. How did you know, and you were not a first-hand witness or third-party partial witness, into saying that she was behaving in a provocative manner and she was dressed provocatively? That's what I really would like to know. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a very interesting thing or statement to make. Like, you weren't even there. Did she tell you that about all of this? And if so, where's the proof in her telling you this? This is what people are going to want to see. Otherwise, this is frivolous. This is a frivolous filing. Like, where's the proof and evidence? In approximately, let's get back to it. In approximately September 2016, okay, Undisputed started. Miss Taylor requested Miss Faraji to do her hair. In approximately November 2016, after not allowing anyone to touch his hair, Mr. Bayless also requested Faraji Miss Faraji to do his hair. Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Dixon, these are some of the things that Skip Bayless is going to have to speak on. Mr. Dixon gropes Miss Faraji. Okay, so Mr. Dixon gropes Miss Faraji after putting her on Undisputed. Okay. On January 14, 2017, Miss Taylor had her birthday party at Pearl's rooftop in West Hollywood. Miss Faraji and other Fox employees who were invited attended as it was a part of their job duties to appease talent. Okay. Cool. And a birthday party is an important event. As usual, Mr. Dixon was heavily drinking, okay, buying drinks for everyone on a Fox credit card. Oh, she's trying to get him fired. She's trying to get him fired. She made that explicitly clear. It was a Fox credit card. Now, it wasn't a personal one. It was a Fox credit card, y'all. It was a company credit card. All right. So she's trying to get him in some hot water with Fox. Okay. And blustering that everything purchased was on Fox's dime. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting that she, put that in there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe this supports her case. For her to even put this in here with the Fox credit card and things like that, I don't believe it actually supports her case. It kind of proves that this chick is bitter. It proves that she's bitter. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm still trying to read to see exactly what's up. All right, subsection 28. As Miss Faraji was standing near the bar facing the crowd, Mr. Dixon approached her. He asked the bartender for a drink and then placed his hand on Miss Faraji's lower back. You understand what I'm saying? Talking to her about some stuff. He asked how she was doing, if she was having fun, and if she wanted a tequila shot. Mrs. Faraji felt very uncomfortable by his unsolicited touching and responded, no, thank you. Right? Mr. Dixon then moved his hand lower and started rubbing her body and groping her buttocks. Why not talk about that back here, back in this, when did this take place? 2017. Why not, bring that out then? It's not until you get fired, right? It's not until you get fired and let go that you decide, okay, well, let me go ahead and out this dude. Let me go ahead and out everything he got going on. I like to have one of those Fox credit cards. Man, listen, everybody do at this point. He said it's all on Fox. So why not bring that out in 2018, right? And talk about it in 2018. Like, you wait all the way until you get fired and let go in order to start, like, talking about this stuff.
Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
I don't know. This seems a bit provoked. Provoked based on you being let go, not based on anything being actual facts here. You understand what I'm saying? Because nothing's facts until you prove it, right? So they're effectively, they're not guilty of anything. Okay. Miss Faraji was Miss Faraji was mortified but quickly thought to fake an incoming call and escape from the situation. So she was mortified from the groping and quickly thought to fake an incoming call to get away to escape the situation. Okay, who can confirm this? She just basically he say she say standing on her own here. Okay, Miss Faraji did not know who to turn to, but as she knew Miss Taylor was sleeping with Mr. Dixon, okay, she turned to her, right? Surprisingly, Miss Taylor responded to bitch, get out my face. Bitch, Get over it. Or get over it. It is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? And explain to her, damn, she ain't have no sympathy for her. She like, bitch, get over that shit.
You get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look at the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
Yo, didn't give no shits, yo. Didn't give no shit. She said, bitch, get over that shit, man. What's wrong with you? It is what it is. All right, so and explain that she herself only had her job because of Mr. Dixon, and that Miss Faraji only had her job because Miss Taylor, right, requested her. She warned that Mr. Dixon could take both away. Okay, and that's absolutely true. But you know, I mean, in this paragraph alone, in this subsection 29, right here alone, it tells me that that Joy Taylor is basically saying that Faraji needs to just play ball, and that basically she's being groomed by Joy Taylor. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting from this, and that Joy Taylor, she don't give a shit. Like, listen, do what you got to do. You in this thing, you better just let them do whatever they need to do. She didn't give a damn. That's what she's saying right here, right? Subsection 30, okay? Miss Faraji was terrified and then turned to her coworker, anonymous. So here and after, the coworker name is anonymous, okay? So that's the name of the coworker here and after. To discuss the situation, Anonymous responded that Mr. Dixon was disgusting. Okay, Mr. Dixon was disgusting. That the entire situation, right? Who the hell is Anonymous? She needs to testify, okay, to the situation. All right. Mr. Dixon was disgusting. That the entire situation was sick, but that it wasn't shocking given Fox's culture, and that Miss Faraji should remain quiet if she wanted to keep her job. As a single mother who needed the job to support her son, Miss Faraji had no choice but to remain silent. Okay, absolutely. That could be a factor. Let's go. That could be a factor. But she still has no witnesses here in this case. Like, so far, they haven't named any witnesses. Okay. All right. 7 years later in 2023, right? Okay. Miss Peretti, right? Miss Peretti and Miss Faraji, that she did not, right? That she did not like her or anything about Undisputed. Okay, that was later in 2023. I guess that's what she told her. Miss Peretti expanded that she had already scheduled someone for her on Undisputed for Mr. Dixon. Called her and told her that she must put Miss Faraji on Undisputed full time. Okay. Cool. Full time. In order to protect their identity and prevent retaliation, we refer to several different individuals anonymously, okay, in this complaint. Okay, well, that's kind of, anyways. Okay, defining the individuals as anonymous in each case. Okay, time. Miss Peretti told Miss Faraji, I didn't like that, right? That's not how things should be doing. That's not how things should be done. Miss Faraji was stunned, okay? Miss Faraji was stunned and devastated as she prides herself on her work and earning her accolades. Later that day, while thinking about her career, she was angry that Miss Peretti, right? Okay. So she was angry. Later that day, while thinking about her career, she was angry. So she was angry about this situation. All right. So that kind of says a lot, because I believe what they're saying is that Miss Peretti is asking for Miss Faraji not to be there anymore, right? If I'm not mistaken, to Mr. Dixon's request, as it gave Mr. Dixon the feeling that he could grope her for giving her a job. So I guess he said he had the feeling that he can grope her for giving her a job. Mr. Dixon gets rid of a female talent member for refusing to have sex with him. Okay, so this is all speculations. Like, this is all being speculated. This is all he say, she say. There's nothing that's been truly proven, right? In facts. Okay, hold on a sec. Hours got cut. It has her hours cut after going on medical leave. They cut her hours. Okay, Mr. Bayless begins to give Mrs. Faraji lingering hugs and kisses on the cheek while putting his body against hers and pressing against her breast. Okay. So this is where Skip Bayless, I guess, is brought into the whole situation. After reporting by the talk show, right? After reporting by the talk show, host fell on deaf ears. Mr. Bayless began requesting Miss Faraji give him a haircut once a week, right? In the makeup room, Miss Faraji did as she was told. As Miss Peretti requested Miss Faraji to give haircuts to talent. Okay. All right. Initially, during the haircut, Mr. Bayless would discuss his life, his work at this is normal talk when you go to a barber shop, when you're getting your hair done. You just kind of talk about shit. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes you just talk about shit. Sometimes you just sit there and you just are silent. You know what I mean? His work at Fox and other. Okay. Okay. So I mean, so far he just having discussions in regards to these things. So, and that's about it. Soon after the weekly haircuts, right, started. Soon after the weekly haircuts started, Mr. Bayless began finding excuses to touch Miss Faraji. He would give her lingering hugs after each haircut, putting his body against her against her own. Okay. Pressing against her breast, he then began to what? Kiss her on her cheeks. Miss Faraji was uncomfortable. Maybe he was doing a French kiss, like mwah, mwah type shit. You know what I mean? On her cheeks, because she did say cheeks. Miss Faraji was uncomfortable by the physical contact and would make excuses to leave right after the haircuts. Okay, I need to pick up my son from school. All right, so that is some sketchy ass behavior coming from Skip Bayless. But once again, we still do need proof and evidence. That shit's sketchy as hell, y'all. I don't know. I don't know about y'all. That stuff is pretty sketchy. You understand what I'm saying? We definitely would need some most definite proof and evidence in regards to this. So one thing's for sure is that when I'm looking at everything, I'm looking at it, but you know, where is anything being said that to where they have proof? Faraji targeted because of her ethnicity. Now we're going based on her ethnicity. That's another trigger point. Okay. Ms. Faraji believes she has cancer and conveys this to Mr. Bayless. And he offers to pay her for sex. Okay. 1.5 million. Right. In regards to that. Okay. So it sounds like she went for a sympathy plea. Right. She went for a sympathy thing, trying to get some money or something like that based on cancer. And who's to say that truly took place and happened? Ms. Faraji is targeted because of her ethnicity and disability. Okay. All right. Ms. Faraji, June 1st, 2023. Diary entry states she's been acting like because I'm not black, I'm stupid. It's just okay. So I don't know who typed this up, but I'm just like I'm trying to understand what the fuck are you talking about. Miss Faraji's June 1st, 2023 diary entry states she's been acting like because I'm not black. She's been acting like what? She's been acting like because I'm not black. Oh, okay. She's been acting like because I'm not black, I'm stupid. She keeps something black. She keeps saying black girls' hair should be done like this, not how you do it. I've been doing her hair for 7 years. She keeps making me feel that my English is not good. She keeps making comments like, "Oh, white girls are dumb." Okay. Yeah, she doesn't have black hair. So I'm trying to understand this. Bullying, she got accusations of bullying. This is stuff is written in her diary. Can somebody please tell me where this is an actual petition, where we can be able to fight an actual case here? I think that we just frivolous as fuck. This is all support a coworker. Okay. I'm sorry. Where's my evidence? Administrative remedies. Okay. Exhausting administrative remedies. Fair Employment of Housing, FEHA, has exhausted her administrative remedies pursuant to the California Fair. Okay. Class action allegations. Plaintiff brings forth this class action on behalf of herself and all others similarly situated, pursuant to California Code, Civil Procedure Section 382. Plaintiff seeks to represent a class defined as follows. All okay. All right. So complaint. This is a complaint, that's for sure. Adequacy. Claims that the typical of a claims. Okay. So, commonality, common questions of law, fact exists as to all members of the class and subclasses of the okay. I mean, so I'm trying to look for where they're actually going to present any proof and evidence in regards to this. Typically in the petition, throughout the petition, as the accusations are being made, they will say, as written in this, exhibit, boom, 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 presented, which will be presented to the court, da, 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 da. From what I'm reading, she doesn't have any real proof and evidence that she can back these claims up with, but she is making a bunch of accusations. Second case of action, failure to pay overtime wages. It seems like she just really butthurt and bitter about some things, and she brought these things forth. Now, okay, third case of action, failure to reimburse. Now, these things she can be able to prove, okay? Those things she can prove with documentation. Fourth case of action, failure to pay all wages upon separation. Yes, she can prove that as well based on paperwork. Fifth case of action, failure to furnish. Well, itemized wage statements. Okay, so furnish itemized wage statements. Okay, she can probably prove that as well. Let me see. Sound like she didn't get itemized wage statements after she was supposed to have received them, but she could have easily just lost those, right? Sixth case. Okay, unfair, unlawful, and fraudulent business practices. That might stick based on records, based on records from Fox's credit card. That may stick just based on that. All right. Yeah. A woman scorned. Absolutely. This is what it seems like. It doesn't seem like she has anything tangible. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. Based on this document, I don't think it will hold up in court. I don't believe it will either, my brother. Like, I don't think that this is going to be substantial. Maybe in some areas, but that will be, even with business practices, even him using his credit card, right? The Fox credit card, that'll be up to Fox to take that up with him. It wouldn't be up to her, right? She's not going to be able to win that argument. She can't win anything. She's not the one who's the victim. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not her credit card. It's Fox's credit card. So Fox would have to take that up if they have an issue with it. So her mentioning it in her petition even screams that she's bitter as hell. That she's bitter and that something didn't work out in her favor. Something didn't work out somewhere, right? Something didn't work out somewhere in her favor, and she decided to do a Me Too.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for the simple fact that when I'm reading through these things, right, and I'm really trying to carefully look at it, right? Okay, a hostile work environment that could have been created by you. You could have been, I don't know who I don't know who you are. That could have been created by you. So let's keep it a buck. These things, I don't believe, like you said, I don't think it's going to hold up in court. I believe a lot of this stuff is going to fall through the cracks because I'm not seeing that anywhere where they saying they have proof. They do, or they reciting penal codes or state laws. You know what I mean? Government codes. They are reciting a lot of those things. Some things she might be able to prove, and maybe she'll be granted reimbursement or granted her pay that she didn't get to leave with. But a lot of this stuff, I think it should be taken with a grain of salt unless we can be able to say we got substantial proof and evidence of these things. Like I said, this is a bunch of he say, she say. There is no witnesses. All the witnesses they claim that they talk to are labeled as anonymous based on their safety. But apparently she spoke to them and told them about the situation. Not that they witnessed it firsthand, but just that she told them about it. This is a nightmare of a case, but I mean, if you were to file it and then maybe press the matter, we'll see if somebody settles out of court. We'll see if somebody settles out of court. You understand what I'm saying? But the attorneys read through this thing. Okay. And I'm about to go through the whole petition. This thing is 48 pages, y'all. Okay. Prayer for relief. Okay. This is her prayer for relief. You know, she's asking for cash. Right. Let's see if she asks for some money here. All right. Prayer for relief. Plaintiff identifiably. And on behalf of the proposed class in subclasses, prayers of judgment against Fox and follows. As follows. Subsection A in this one. For notice of all non-exempt hourly individuals who worked for Fox in California during the period. Okay, so they're asking for payment. That's fine for years prior to filing of this complaint. Okay, well, I mean, that if they're owed that, then they should be paid that. You know, if it was a part of the agreement, then they need to pay it up. For an order certifying that actions as a class action. So they're doing a class action lawsuit. There's multiple individuals on this lawsuit then. And, you know, is it that they had the same experience? Is that what they're saying? So let's, as many individuals as on the lawsuit. Okay. Faraji. Individually and on behalf of others similarly. So no, there's nobody who's actually on this case yet. They want to label it a class action just in case there is others who want to come forth and make a complaint. But as of now, there's no other names, right? It's just her. So, you know, and it might be others who may have not been paid on departure. You understand what I'm saying? So that I would say is a case of its own, but other accusations, she could be, honestly, this is defamation of character, but she can't prove this to be true. You understand what I'm saying? If she can't prove this to be true, then this is defamation of character, right? Because this is public now. You got plenty of people talking about this shit. And she has not stated that she had any tangible proof and evidence to back up any of her claims. I mean, this is like open and shut. Bitterness is a slow moving poison within one's soul. Absolutely. It just sounds like she's completely bitter. It sounds like she's bitter as hell. She might get a small bag out of court. Yes, she might get a little something. She might get a little something for whatever they didn't pay. They might have to back pay her. But a lot of these accusations on Skip, a lot of these accusations even with Joy Taylor, a lot of these things are not proven to be facts. A lot of people are still just running with the story, running with the narrative. Honestly, tell you the truth, the same thing with that one chick, right, who faked that brick attack, right, getting hit with a brick in the face. It's the same situation that could possibly be happening right here, right now. You know, where she just looking to get rewarded for some shit that didn't really take place. Same thing when I used that movie, you know, the chick was just going off the rails, and the next thing you know, she's hitting the tabloids and ruining this man's marriage because he rejected her, denied her. What if they rejected her, denied her, right? And she's out here doing all of this because not only they reject her, deny her, but they also fired her, right? Maybe she's being too persistent. Maybe she was trying too hard, and it's like, you know what? Nah, we gotta get rid of you because I don't care what you say. Even if Joy Taylor was out here sleeping with men and doing whatever she's doing to move up in her career, you mean to tell me that birds of a feather ain't flocking together? You mean to tell me that she was just this quick to throw somebody under the bus for what? You understand what I'm saying? She threw her right under the bus because of what? Maybe she was jealous of her career and her status and what she's been able to accomplish using her body, her looks, right? That Faraji could not be able to accomplish that same level of success. Not only that same level of success, but I mean, why would you even come at her like that? You had to have been jealous of the girl. How did you know some of the information that you gave if you wasn't there firsthand? These are a lot of questions that I have, honestly. A lot of people asking questions to Joy Taylor and to Skip Bayless. You understand? I got questions for Farad. Listen, how'd you know some of this information in regards to Joy Taylor leaving and being promiscuous and acting provocative and in a provocative manner? You wasn't there. How do you know? You didn't state that you was there, that you showed up with Joy Taylor. How do you know this shit to be facts? Like, for real. And then y'all had dinner and things like that. It sounds like you fabricated the story. That's what it sounds. It sounds like that you made that shit up, or you put 20 on 10, just trying to make this a whole situation. Last I checked, we aren't even on task to what the true problem truly is, which is sexual. It's SA, right? So if you said that Skip Bayless SA'd you, then what does Joy have to do with the situation? You understand what I'm saying? If you said that that Mr. Dixon SA'd you, then what does Joy, her business, and what she does in her personal life have to do with the situation? This is really screaming a bitter ass woman who's jealous of another one, jealous, envious, not jealous motivated, but jealous, envious of another woman who's able to accomplish some things using her body and her looks. If you wasn't able to F your way to the top, Faraji, what the hell you mad about? What you mad for? Maybe you need to go find something else to do. But my thing is that when you make petitions like this and you're not backing it by real tangible proof and evidence, and everything that you say, you can't say, hey, I got text message proof, exhibit A. You understand what I'm saying? Text message proof, exhibit A. Definitely jealous, envious, because you can be jealous but motivated to go get what somebody got. Man, I'm jealous. I want to have that too. You're going to grind your ass off to go get it, right? But jealous, envious leads you to do shit like this. leads you to murder people, leads you to lie on people, leads you to throw people under the bus like this, right? Leads you to really be a narcissist, honestly. But you never know exactly what's going on here, because guess what? All of this stuff is he say, she say. So I would take this whole petition because of the simple fact that everything that's being read is not backed by a exhibit, boom, that has been proven based on exhibit A, blah, blah, blah. When you look at the Diddy case, when you read over the Diddy case, in that Diddy case, they said that they had video footage, right? And this is after they made the accusations. They had video proof and evidence. They had audio. They all of this stuff. They listed and labeled out all of the damning proof and evidence against P. Diddy. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how you knew it was facts, because a lot of that evidence started to come to light. It started to surface. She's not saying that she has any proof. She's just telling you she's complaining about something. Well, if it truly did happen, then damn. But right now, you're just wasting the court's time. And that's all you really are truly doing. You're just wasting the court's time. So we're going to go ahead and what we're going to do is we're going to move on from this conversation. That's my opinion. That's my take on this whole situation. Listen, you don't know shit until we actually come with some real tangible proof and evidence. And so far, Faraji is looking like she's a bitter ass, single mother, right? Who's been rejected, right? And who's been let go. And now she's trying to do something based on her being fired or let go. That's the only thing that I'm really seeing in this situation. That's it. All right. So we'll move on to the main topic here today. Now, this main topic is extremely important because it's way more important than this. I think this is just a distraction. I don't know what y'all think, man. Y'all tell me what you think about this whole situation with this. I think this is a whole distraction because there's certain things that are happening that honestly we need to have eyes on. We need to be really on alert in regards to a lot of these things that's going on behind the scenes. And this right here, man, listen, no tangible proof and evidence, ain't stating no real facts backed by proof. We can't take nothing that she's saying and say, let's run with that. But you go on YouTube and you get all these YouTubers, right, who is talking, running their mouth, saying this, that, and the third about Skip, about Joy Taylor, about them two mainly, not really saying or speaking on Faraji. You know what I'm saying? Same thing where he was talking about, like, keep it fair across the board. If you're going to talk about it, talk about it. But y'all are literally speaking on two individuals. You can't really prove that this stuff is true. She can't prove that it's true based on her not listing any evidence in her petition. She said she doesn't have any real evidence that's being listed in her petition, y'all. So she can't say that. We can't say that any of this is true. This is all allegedly. Allegedly, this all took place. And I don't believe that this thing is going to even really be heard by a judge that's in his right mind, to tell you the truth, or hers, if it's a female judge. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think that any of them would even care. Like, my thing is this: what prosecution office is going to pick this up if they looking to press legal charges? What prosecution office is going to pick this thing up? There's no evidence. There's literally no evidence. This is he say, she say. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next thing, y'all. And my thing is that, like I said, this is definitely a distraction. Yep. Distraction all day. There's nothing else to really be said about it. There's not a whole lot of time to be spent on it. I want more information to come out. I want her to bring proof and evidence. I need some exhibits. I need all that. You get what I'm saying? Text message conversations. I need all of that. So you got to have something, right? You got to have something. But you got people that's being character witnesses in regards to Skip Bayless. You understand what I'm saying? And Skip, he out the game right now. You feel me? So that's a whole nother separate situation right there. All right. Let's go ahead and move on. We have a real issue here. Taliban. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get this thing going. My thing, we have a real problem right now in our country. And honestly, it all really started heavy when the Biden administration took over. A lot of things really started to go south. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get this thing off this screen. But once the Biden administration took over, it just seems like everything really started to pop off. Like I said in the last live stream, we got wars, right? Ukraine, Russia. We got Israel, Hamas situation that going over there. We have a lot of things that took place, right? Listen, I love this topic right here, y'all. This is a beautiful topic. Listen, we had a lot of things that really popped off when Biden took office. Not only that, how do you set a record for the record in American history, right? And in the history of this country, Biden sets the record. You mean to tell me he got more votes than Obama? Not only did Biden set the record, but also Trump set a record. It was very fishy. This is the reason why they tried to bring him in court and they charged him with all these felonies and all this other stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it just seemed a little odd, right? That they both would set a record in the most votes. Like you really would have to, I don't know, resurrect the dead in order to really be able to get enough votes to really say, like, yo, we can make this happen. We setting records, both of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Biden wound up winning. But as soon as he took office, it seems like the war machine started to really get funded. The war machine got funded, and Biden pulled out of goddamn Afghanistan so quick. You understand what I'm saying? You'd have thought that he was trying to avoid having a baby. You understand me? Like, that's how quick he pulled. Like, listen, my thing is this. Once he pulled out of there, right? And I'm gonna show you guys all of this proof here, all this evidence, man, because you already know I had to go do my investigations on this whole situation. My thing is that it is amazing what is going on with this situation and why this is currently trending on X right now, y'all. This shit is currently trending on X right now. So we're going to go ahead. Taliban is currently trending. I'm going to show you my screen real quick. It's currently trending on X right now. And for obvious reasons, we do have people in the camp who are traders in the camp, obviously, who are funding these individuals, right? The Taliban. And so my thing is that we have to be on high alert. Now, what I want to do, right, is I want to show you guys exactly what's going on here and give you guys exactly what the scoop is. But we have to really be on alert and be looking out and aware as to what's really happening here, okay? Now, let me get this back over here. Wow, I'm ready for you. As you can see right here, you see this? All right, so this is just some of what Biden and Harris left behind for the Taliban, okay? Now, my thing is this, right? I believe that Biden and Kamala Harris, when they took office, they also struck up a deal, right, with Afghanistan, with the Taliban. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we all have to understand that not everybody who is within this country means well for the country. You understand what I'm saying? Not everybody who's in power means well, right? Don't mean that they're looking out for your best interests. You have to really grip that. You have to really be honest with yourself about this, okay? It don't mean that they're looking out for your best interests. It don't mean that they mean well. A lot of these are agents of Satan. We have to understand that. Now, we're going to take a look at what they left behind for the Taliban. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking billions of dollars worth of equipment. I'm talking millions of dollars of cash. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what they got. Now, that's U.S. currency, y'all. That's all U.S. cash right there. Fresh. That's your collateral money. That's your tax dollars. That's what that is. That trillions of dollars that we are in debt. A lot of that is sitting right there on the table. Those IOUs right there is that trillions of dollars, and they sitting there. What they thumbing through it. Yeah.
دم تسكري داخل امريكان ميراث كي ميراث
Yeah. So that's what they got. They got millions of dollars, okay, and they got billions of dollars worth of equipment. Let's listen to what Sean Ryan had to say on the situation. This is something that is very compelling. Okay, one thing. Well, before we go to that video, we need to go ahead and we need to listen in on this one here. Is this the one? Okay, this one's sad, y'all. This is what you up against, right? So this is X, y'all. This is gonna be raw truth. You understand what I'm saying? We not going. This is not filtered at all. But let me see. Let me read the caption here. A U.S. major tries to persuade an Afghanistan commander to stop his men from raping boys on police bases. Okay, so he's trying to persuade the commander, the Afghani commander, to get his guys to stop raping little boys on police bases before the Taliban take over. Right, this is before the Taliban takeover. Okay. The Afghan says if they don't F the rear ends, right? The rear ends of those boys, what should they F? This is his response. How many of these rapists were evacuated to the US and UK? Let's listen in as to what's really going on here. This is sad. Islam. These are supposed to be Islam, and this is haram. This is haram. You know what I mean? Like, so the morals and values that they should hold, they don't hold them. Obviously, they don't hold them at all if they're making this report. Now, if this is true, right? Because honestly, it must be true because the actual commander is speaking about it. Let's continue. If they don't F the rear ends of those boys, what should they F? What should they? Oh, wow. That's a crazy statement, y'all. That's a crazy statement. Those little boys stay willingly, okay, in the patrol bases and offer them their rear ends in the night. Okay. Well, obviously they've been trying to escape. Okay. So that's a definite lie. Maybe he's misunderstanding. Before this meeting, we picked up an elderly man. His son and grandson were in the PB. I told him to take the two boys for God's sake, release us from them. Otherwise, we will arrest you. He told me he can't do anything. When he takes them, they will return. Yeah, so that took place before the takeover. Let's listen in as to what exactly is going on here. And we're going to take a look at the document here that I got. Let's listen in to what Sean Ryan has to say. 50 seconds. It's 57 seconds.
What is it like to talk to these people in such an intimate setting, knowing the Biden-Harris administration is actively funding terrorism? Yeah. And not just them, every taxpaying American. You're funding them. I'm funding them. Right. We're sending $40 to $87 million a week to the Taliban. IG report came out and said that they had accidentally sent $239 million to the Taliban. 9/11 was a $500,000 budget. question. What are they going to do with 239 million? Yeah. I've been working really hard to bring this to life with a colleague of mine, Scott Mann and Sarah Adams. So we brought a petition up to bring Masood in to talk about how some of our policies are affecting Afghanistan. That bill's been kind of squashed. Bill Haggerty now is spinning something up in the Senate that's a little more aggressive. We are pending a potential government shutdown on October 1st. Would it be a good idea to shut the U.S. government down if we continue to fund terrorism? What is it like to talk to these people at such a...
Okay, so now this is recently posted 13 hours ago, okay? 13 hours ago, that was recently posted. Now, as far as a government shutdown come October 1st, I'm not too sure about that. Honestly, tell you the truth, I think that this is maybe an old clip as well, okay? Now, that right there, but the truth is what the truth is. What I really want to get to is just showing proof as to what's truly going on. Now, this is a letter coming from the Congress, okay? This is a letter coming from Congress. And this letter, Congress, right? Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, as you see there, Washington, D.C., writing to what? The Honorable Donald J. Trump, right? President of the United States. Okay, this is Tim Burchett, okay, who signed this letter, but it's coming from the Congress, right, of the United States, right? So in this letter, he's congratulating him. Congratulations on your victory that happened, right? And that happened, of course, November 5th of 2024. Okay, so he's congratulating him on his victory. Now, one thing that I really want to point out is here, during the 118th Congress, it was brought to my attention the United States Department under the Biden administration, okay, was funneling money to the Taliban. In fact, when I questioned Secretary Attorney Antony Blinken about this, he admitted that non-governmental organizations paid nearly $10 million of foreign aid to the Taliban in taxes. So using your tax dollars, you understand what I'm saying, to fund your demise is what he's saying. $10 million, okay? Now, it's been said that the Taliban fought that war on a $500 budget. What do you think they're going to be doing with $10 million? You understand me? So the Biden administration is selling out the United States of America. We literally witnessed the decline of the U.S. soon as he took office. It didn't take long at all. So before he even took the inauguration, there was a war over in Ukraine that was brewing, and they were getting ready to engage. And as soon as he took office, shit just went right downhill. We had this hyperinflation. We had all this other shit that was going on, all these different wars that was taking place and popping off all over in different regions of the country, right? Of different countries of the world. You understand what I'm saying? It just literally took off. It took off and went right down into the gutter. You understand? Immediately. And my thing is this, right? Me personally, and people who was not involved, right, in the election of Biden could feel the difference. The people who elected Biden and put him in office could feel the difference. Why do you think it was so hard of a push for Trump? They came back around, and so many people who were previously Democrats started to vote Republican this year. You understand what I'm saying? And actually supporting Donald Trump or a different a candidate who was not a part of either party. It was the influence of Biden. You understand what I'm saying? And him and his deteriorating mind. You understand what I mean? He couldn't keep up. He was just literally a puppet in the White House. They were just using to be able to move and manipulate anything that they need to line their pockets, create a boogeyman, fund them, and deceive the American people that they are our enemies. Absolutely. That's it. Absolutely. That was the whole situation. They are funding our enemies actively. Now, I want to go over this video. Now, this video is going to be a minute, okay? But it's some solid information. If you haven't seen this before, You guys definitely want to see this, okay? This is something that's going to be extremely important. Now, I'm telling you, this woman right here, she has spoken about this situation back, I guess this is a three weeks ago, before that attack took place in New Orleans. She spoke on this. Which one is this? Let me see something. Yep, she spoke on this, right? So let's just hear everything that's being said here, because this is important, right? This is a very important information. We need to get as much as we can out of it. Real talk. Why is this not illegal? Why is this not illegal for a president to obviously commit treason? Well, it's so obvious. We're gonna get into this now. We're gonna get into what they're talking about in regards to this whole situation and how they actually are hiding this, how they're masking funding the Taliban. Okay, where we have a lot of intel that's coming out from individuals who have literally witnessed the funding of the destruction of the U.S. Okay, and it being funded by the tax dollars, those trillions of dollars that they say that we're in debt. That's going to Taliban. A lot of that is going to Taliban. You understand what I'm saying? Strengthening our enemies, right? To be able to bring an attack to the U.S. Now, the Biden administration, I promise you, whoever's involved in that war machine, they are going to benefit greatly with the destruction of the United States of America. They will benefit greatly. Their pockets will greatly increase. It could be tangible assets, gold and silver, that they will amass a wealth with, right? If the U.S. goes belly up, right? Or it could be cryptocurrency, some sort of digital asset that they may achieve or get. Not only that, they're gonna be looking to get themselves in an immunity status, right? To where they're protected by the enemy. You understand what I'm saying? So strengthening the enemy to destroy the country, so you can be able to line your pockets up and not have nothing else to do with anything. You understand what I'm saying? That is the goal. That is the playbook. You understand what I'm saying? This is very heartbreaking. Seriously. Yeah. And it's actively going on. Let's listen to what she has to say. Sarah Adams. We're going to listen into what she has to say. And I believe that we should definitely hear this whole thing out, because this is very important information for us to know. You understand what I'm saying? If you guys haven't seen this this entire video, you guys definitely, we're gonna watch it together. You understand what I'm saying? But this is you definitely want to stay tuned for this. All right, this is very important. All right, let's get into it.
Can you describe what open source info is? Open source intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get confused about this. I've even noticed in our past interviews, right? So like our Benghazi investigation, we've collected this entirely ourselves, right? So we are the ones on the ground getting the information. So it's obviously not classified channels, right? We're not going to foreign militaries, we're not going to the intelligence community and getting this information. So it's publicly available, and we can basically share it with whomever we want because it's completely unclassified. So what we do is when we get threat information, we pass it to where it belongs. Sometimes the threat is against a foreign government, so we'll send it to maybe like the ambassador at the embassy in Washington, D.C. And then sometimes the threat is against us. And so we recently got some threats against U.S. embassies. So we've been reaching out to the embassies to let the ambassador know, and then of course to let the RSO know, right? The regional security officer who would be in charge of security at those embassies, to let them know. And so when I reached out to one of them in Africa, I got a nasty gram back from the Pentagon that I didn't go through formal channels to share the information, which is ironic because it's unclassified. But the crazy part is they didn't ask anything about the threat. They didn't say, anything about the sourcing, where we got it from. They didn't show any concern at all for the personnel at the embassy. They just cared that I gave them something.
Well, I don't understand how the Pentagon would not be concerned with the safety of Americans at an American embassy And the only thing they're concerned about is the information that you're collecting open source.
Exactly. And remember, there's DOD personnel. There's 100% DOD personnel at the embassy I'm talking about. So that's the crazy part, right? Instead of just reaching out to me and saying, hey, this is really interesting information. Can we work together? We'd love to hear what you have. Come sit down with our team. Let's see how we can get ahead of this threat. Like, they got mad that I gave it to the State Department, which is who you would give a threat to the embassy to.
What can you talk about the actual threat that the Pentagon doesn't seem to think is important?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked previously about Al-Qaeda planning embassy attacks. Obviously, I've talked about they're planning an attack in Bamako in Mali. So this is another location in Africa where they're planning the attack. I don't want to give up everyone I know because, then you get into sourcing. Obviously, everyone I know I will pass to the U.S. government, especially the State Department. So I don't hold on to threat reporting. But it's just Al-Qaeda has all these waves of attacks planned, okay? If you've read our October 7th Know Thy Enemy report, this all started with the Hamas attacks, right? That was one of Al-Qaeda's planned attack, and we can talk more about that one later. So they have kind of like these waves against Israel. And then they have like waves against Europe, waves against us, waves to create the Islamic Caliphate, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of the African plotting, for example, is the waves to create the Islamic Caliphate. So the Islamic Caliphate is basically, obviously, Afghanistan, Syria. That's why they've trained a lot. What's going on right now, Iraq. They're in a dream world. They have India on it. And then it's like all of North Africa. And then in the future phase, it then goes up into Spain, right? Like in the olden days. So it's just all their plots they have in place to put into motion these elements. And so their embassy plots, for example, are they have some in Africa, and then they have some in Europe, and then they have some in the Middle East, all for a different purpose. The Middle East is to push us out for the caliphates. The Africa is to push us out for the caliphates. And then the Europe, right, is just to go after, and then that'll go in with the Homeland attack too. But the Europe is just to target the US for its involvement in the Middle East.
Do they have a priority list?
They don't exactly have a priority list. Like, they're all waves and some can be concurrent. What matters is how long it takes to train attackers, right? So the Hamas attacks was like less than 1,500 guys, right? They actually initially planned to train them from August 7th, 2022 to October 7th, 2022. They ended up pushing the attack a year. And so they ended up with more training, which helped the attackers because of Zawahiri's assassination. So then the US Homeland, for example, they want to use 1,000 terrorists, right? So that took time to put the 1,000 through the pipeline. Syria, they trained 10,000 terrorists to send to Syria. It takes time to put 10,000 terrorists through the pipeline, right? So it depends on the size and the camp capacity, and then the type of training, right? Are you putting them through suicide bomber training? That's its own camps, and that's about 20% of the camps they run. Are you putting them through advanced urban warfare? So it just depends on what camp you're going to. And then even some of the camps are broken down by ethnicity. Like, they might not put Libyans in the same camp as they put Somalians or Syrians. So some camps are broken down if you're Arab or not. So it really is just going to depend on those capacities.
These guys, I remember, I think it was you that posted a video of an Al-Qaeda training camp, and it was almost like a display. It looked like a well done YouTube video of skills. Is that common?
Yeah, but that's a step down. So
that was really good.
That's Taliban. Those are the Taliban camps. So we can't get those kind of videos out of the Al-Qaeda camps. As you can imagine, you can't even bring phones into the Al-Qaeda camps. So Al-Qaeda is even a level above those.
I mean, I'm going to overlay that video for the audience to see just how sharp these guys are getting. I mean, that's really good. Well, when I saw that, it scared the shit out of me.
Remember, their life is they train all the time.
Yeah.
So if that's all you're doing all day long, I mean, you're going to get really competent at it. And then they have different emotions behind it too. And, different beliefs and the religion behind it too, which makes you more devout.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then we had a little brief discussion about suicide, the invisible bomb vests downstairs. Can you go into that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things that keep you up at night, right? When we're talking about the threats to the homeland, if you subscribe to the newsletter, Sean Ryan's newsletter, go to Vigilance Elite.
So for everybody that doesn't know already, Sarah writes a weekly intelligence report, all things terrorism. It's in the Sean Ryan Show newsletter. You can go to SeanRyanShow.com. There's a sign-up link. It'll be in your inbox every Monday.
So we first talked about what they call the invisible bomb in the newsletter. And basically it was highlighted in December, just this last December, and it was Al-Qaeda's in the Arab Peninsula, so their branch in Yemen, right? And they basically were showing off. It's really interesting. The video got taken down right away. And then I think most people in the US didn't even see it. So TSA completely ignored putting out the actual piece of the video that mattered. And so the big piece of the video was teaching terrorists how to make a bomb that goes through a magnetometer. So, like most airports in the world, you don't have that weird hand scan thing. You just go through a random metal detector. So this bomb basically goes through the metal detector, okay? So they were showing it off then. Well, now Al-Qaeda's advanced and it's in a suicide vest. But the interesting part is it doesn't just go supposedly through the metal detector. They made it with components dogs aren't trained on to sniff. So if you say, okay, well, we'll up our security and put more dogs, Al-Qaeda is saying, well, we've defeated that too. And this is the type of vest they plan to use potentially in their homeland attack that's coming up. So it's very concerning because we aren't prepared for that. I mean, most of the buildings you go into, even if they have some sort of thing, it's already defeats that.
Big ideas.
I mean, I don't think we're prepared for anything that's coming.
Right. We're not.
mean, do we have any preparations at all? I mean, from what I've seen, we have no preparations. We're going to get into more about the funding of Taliban. I mean, we're funding our own demise here. I mean, have you seen any positives? Is anybody doing anything?
No, and actually, Al-Qaeda makes a joke out of the fact that they move the money we give to the Taliban to the camps that train the homeland attackers, right? So it's almost like an insider joke. Like, yes, we are forcing America to fund their own attacks. So that is the plan too, that the money will go back to us and our government. And then that makes Americans also look at our government like it's an inside job. You knew it, right? And so Al-Qaeda is going to play that game, which is really interesting. Al-Qaeda found the Building 7 conspiracy stuff fascinating. And they have actually had discussions about how we could do ruses and bring in the Building 7 people to make them blame their government more. So they're actually even looking at our conspiracies and targeting those people for the homeland attack. So basically those people almost back Al-Qaeda as revolutionaries and rebels and heroes against our government. Kind of like how the Hamas supporters do it.
All right. So we have a list of stuff to go down here. I think since we're on funding the Taliban, let's start there. But, you broke that news first. You broke $40 million a week was going to the Taliban, funded from State Department to all these different NGOs. Then our mutual friend Legend came on. He broke that it was actually $40 to $87 million a week. Then, we're also, Scott Mann has confirmed it, former Green Beret Lieutenant Colonel, retired. Then me and Scott went to Vienna to interview Masood, who is for everybody that hasn't seen that, that's the leader of the commander of the Afghan resistance. And he confirmed it as well. And so we've actually put a petition out. I just looked at it this morning, as 382,000 signatures. I'm going to link the petition below again to spin that out again. And we sent that to McCall. Nothing. From what I understand, not one thing has been done. Why do you think Congressman McCall hasn't done it? It's because, I see these reports. He was drunk at the airport. Maybe he's just too drunk to actually do anything. Or maybe he's too busy. It's the other story I hear about him all the time is the insider trading shit. Has he done anything at all?
No, the problem is It's kind of like they bring these people in front of Congress, they give them 5-minute sound clips, right? They make a little bit of news off it, but there's no then action or there's no plan to do any accountability. And then they say, yeah, Americans, we did what you wanted. We brought Tyler Andrew Vargas on, right? But what has he done for him since it happened, right? And this is the big problem with Congress. You know, people say, these Congress people aren't doing their jobs, but they keep voting them back in, right? Like we complain about them, but no one's actually holding their feet to the fire to do their job. I honestly don't think we're going to get anything effective against the Taliban, right? I mean, your congressman, Representative Burchett, he put the money in to stop the bill to stop the money going to the Taliban. It's sitting in the Senate. I don't think anyone's picked it up. Nancy Mace tried to do the bill to actually designate the Taliban a terrorist organization. I heard a number of Republican Congress people reach out to her and gave her a hard time about it. So that's completely dead. We can't even get our Congress people to call them a terrorist group, and they're beheading people.
Why? What's behind that?
My theory is we have some people who haven't thought this through because of the Ukraine war, and they think we can especially use someone like Sirajuddin Haqqani as a counter to Russia. That there's no other explanation for the amount of money we're putting into this, because it's not just up to 87 million a week. That's only the money we fly into Kabul. Right? We send money other ways. One really great example is we fund the Taliban's political office in Qatar. That's not the 87 million. There's at least 10 million that we just pay their operating expenses a month. Completely separate. Yeah, we've been doing that since 2013. So this is not a new thing we've been funding the Taliban, right? We were funding them while they're killing our soldiers.
I just don't. Where's it hung up in the Senate? Have you heard any?
Well, I think
who's holding it up?
Well, I don't know if someone's holding it up. Basically, a senator, or hopefully a grouping of them, are supposed to pick it up, and then they shepherd it through the process, like they sponsor it. I don't think we've seen anyone pick it up to sponsor it.
When I started podcasting, I had no idea how to run an online business or where to get started. I tried several different companies to get my web store up and running, and they were all confusing. Then I found Shopify. The unfortunate truth is we still have a $35 trillion debt.
Just the budget for his office, like to run, how much is this? How much do you pay to run this a year? So we actually basically counted kind of the bags of money that go to him, from these weekly deliveries. And he gets a small cut compared to like Sirajuddin Haqqani, who probably gets 5-6 times what he gets. But we're giving him about $3 million a month. So we're almost funding his entire office. The US government is, with counterterrorism dollars, right? The problem with this is we're basically playing both sides of the Taliban, and they're playing a ruse on us. So Hibatullah is what you call the Kandahari Taliban. That's just that original Taliban that Mullah Omar was in, that founded the Taliban in like the mid-90s, okay? Then you have the Haqqani network, right? Sirajuddin Haqqani, his father was Jalaluddin Haqqani. We famously backed him during the Mujahideen era. So these are kind of two of the senior leaders besides Mullah Omar's son, okay? And the U.S. plays them off of each other, but they don't. We think we're effectively playing them off of each other, but they communicate almost every day through Telegram. They do all their approvals together. They share information, but they use this fake kind of battle between them. So when they sit down with the Americans, they can say, oh yeah, here's the political crisis going on between the Kandahari Taliban and the Haqqani Taliban. And then America wastes a ton of time on that. And then they ignore the terrorism. They ignore, all the murders going on, the apartheid against the women, right? So they're basically making us focus on an issue that doesn't even exist.
Wow.
Oh, and then one other thing, too, that's really interesting. So, you know how we have old man Jalaluddin Haqqani, right? He's one of the most famous people at the time, He has a brother. His name is Khalil, okay? So this is Sirajuddin's uncle. So his job in the Taliban is he's the head of refugees. So he has this really interesting scheme. We've put a lot of work into it since last time I was here. And what he does is he goes to basically the pot of money that we give for humanitarian. So this isn't the counterterrorism dollars, because the money that $3 million Hibatullah gets is our counterterrorism dollars. Well, Khalil goes right after the humanitarian dollars. And what he does is say, he collects $5 million a month in this one that we ran down. So he goes and says, I need $5 million a month. This money goes to Afghans returning from Pakistan to be resettled in Nangarhar. What he really does with the $5 million is he gives it to basically another one of his family members, Abdulaziz Haqqani, and he brings it and drops it off at Al-Qaeda training camps. And that's our humanitarian dollars. And so they're basically lying and saying it's going to refugees. And I guess it is. It's going to foreign fighters from foreign countries. There's Libyans in these camps, but it just goes and gets delivered directly to terrorist camps.
How do we've abandoned the Afghan people. We're funding our own demise.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to see? I mean, do you think we should be, I feel really bad for our allies over there, that we trained alongside with, we fought with, for 20 plus years. And we just left them out to dry, left all of the intelligence there, left the biometrics, left their addresses, left their fingerprints, left their names, and they're just getting assassinated in record numbers. And, how do you think we should be funding the NRF?
So I think we should fund a coalition of the resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just do the NRF, in my opinion, and I hope I don't upset people, you can't win, right? Right? The NRF is mostly the Tajiks. You also have to bring in the Pashtun resistance, and then, the Hazaras. Like, you need a resistance of the different ethnicities and groups. That's how the Libyans actually did it and were successful, right? So you have to have a coalition or like a external government formed. And I think that's what we fund. And then we're funding multiple pieces of the resistance because each of them have different access in different areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each of them will be successful in different ways. Even the women's movement alone, right, has its own insider things you can take advantage of, right? So I do think we shouldn't pick just one resistance group. We should tell them, come together and, and we're here to back you.
That's after my interview with Masood, I dug in a little bit more, and I didn't, Scott did, and you did, and you guys are the ones that feed me all that information. But it sounds like that. Are they working together at all yet? Because it seems very compartmentalized, and it is. They need to get their shit together. It's getting a little frustrating.
Yes, they need to get their shit together, but I do think privately they do work a little closer. They have a public thing they do once a year. It's a Vienna meeting. It's not enough. I do see a little more collaboration between groups than people see, but I do see a lot of them undercutting each other. They do a lot of gossip, right? Like, this person works with the Iranians, this person works with the Russians, right? And they're not thinking, hey, we're a united front against the Taliban, like our near-term goal is to defeat the Taliban, because even some of them are focused on their regions, and they might not even want to be Afghanistan if the Taliban falls. They might want their own region, right? So we don't have a catalyst yet to even pull all of them together, unfortunately. At least in the Libyan revolution, every single person wanted Gaddafi dead, and every single person, even the terrorists, right, were like, our goal, our immediate goal is to take him out, right? And they all came together with that immediate goal, but we don't actually have something like that in Afghanistan. And I think that's one of the complaints that has always occurred over the years. There are even pieces within, the Afghan community that have always downplayed the Taliban. So when I caught the number 2 of the Taliban, Mullah Baradar, right? So we caught him in Pakistan. He was in Pakistani custody. Well, when the Afghan government reached out to us, they didn't reach out to render him and put him in Bagram. They reached out and said, you need to release him. Why did you detain him? So think of how that makes the government look at Afghans. It's like, well, you don't really think that the Taliban's that much of a threat. You're asking them to release the operational leader, the number 2 of the Taliban, right? So we still have this problem where a lot of people still sit at the table with the Taliban, right? Khalilzad's really great example. So we also need to do something with these Taliban sympathizers, because they're going to keep undercutting any kind of resistance. And I do think they're a part of keeping people split too. So yeah, they all have to come together. And, I've honestly said this frankly to people. So, Al-Qaeda's planning a homeland attack. And I've actually said to people in the resistance, if that attack happens and you guys haven't come together and you can't show us you're a capable force, we're going to Pakistan, right? I'm going to call up the Pakistanis and say, I'm going to give you a lot of money to take out Hamza bin Laden. I'm not going to call the resistance because you guys are infighting. You didn't come together. So I do think they need to come up with a plan. Even in Haiti, after those gangs took over, like right away, they're like, oh, we made this interim council, right? Like that matters to the West. It might not matter to the people fighting and doing attacks every day against Taliban, but you need some sort of united front to get recognition.
Who do you envision would take control of that? Would it be Masood?
I would like a power sharing agreement. Obviously, you know, I like NRF. I really like General Zia. So I would probably lean a little more towards him. Like I said, I don't really like to pick sides, though. I think you can have leaders across this doing multiple things. Even if you think about the Libyan revolution, you can't name a guy. You can name the guy who set up the council, Usama al-Jalali, but you can't name the commanders. There was no head commander, right? Like they all ran certain pieces of it. And I think that's what it needs to be.
Well, they're going to be watching this. And they're watching this show like they're on it.
But, well, you know, the terrorists watch it more. So.
Yeah, well, I found that out. They started tweeting about it, but on X.
Crazy.
Which, yeah, it's kind of.
So they watch this show. Honestly, you raise a good point there. I look at them all side eye, but she knows a lot of information in regards to what's going on currently with these other individuals, with the Taliban, I'm trying to tell you now, she's got a wealth of knowledge in regards to this, and getting ahead on it, right? Or understanding what's going on and what the government is not telling us. I think this is a specialty for Sean Ryan in his platform, is to exposing the truth of things, right? Things that we're not even really privy to. I would love, brother Myron, I would love to hear some of that. I'm not going to lie to you. I would love to hear about it. Because I already know that they are up to some real war crimes over there, and they just are really hush hush. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, bless you. All praises to Yah. Bless you. But yeah, let's continue, man. Like honestly, she's got a wealth of knowledge, and I'll take whatever I can from it. But this is what we're looking at. We're looking at them joining forces. They haven't really created a real organization. Their Islamic terrorist threat, right? It's an Islamic army, but they have not formed like an actual name. Let's continue listening in, though. I think we're gonna go in for a little bit more.
Unsettling, but there's another thing that you kind of brought up. Why did the UN invite the Taliban to talk about climate change? What is that?
So the UN essentially wants to recognize the Taliban, right? But every time they try, women show up and protest. And so they're now trying, like, it seems odd ways to do it. And they're like, let's bring them to the table on the climate, right? Because people agree on that. So it's just the UN's way to keep kind of opening the doors more and more to the Taliban, because the intent is to recognize that government. Like the UN is not planning anything that I've seen to basically go after the Taliban. Remember, we talked about this previously, they gave up the restrictions on some of the Taliban senior leaders' travels. That's how Sirajuddin Haqqani got to go to the Hajj, right? The UN Security Council allowed that. So yeah, this is just another step in their process to recognize the Taliban.
So they don't. So this has nothing to do with climate change.
No, it
this
doesn't.
has everything to do with just.
Come on, you lived over there. They burn shit every day.
They burn tires to keep warm. I remember spitting in the sink in winter, and my spit was gray. That's how bad it was. So
just not at the edge of the climate change problem.
Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous, but the audience doesn't know that, and so that's why I want to bring that up. You know, it has nothing to do with climate change. It's only
politics.
Yep. So let's move into Hamza bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move into that.
Yeah, I mean, since I was on the last time, the Western press finally broke he's alive. The interesting part is the U.S. still won't print it. The U.S. press won't. But what happened is interestingly, British intel leaked it to their press.
Really?
Yeah. And from what I'm hearing, they did it because they were upset so apparently the CIA has been trying to curb the US intelligence community and even trying to curb the Brits, saying Hamza's not alive, don't talk about Hamza. And basically the Brits are like, screw you. And they put it out in the press. The funny part is the US press still didn't pick it up. So the US press still went to the CIA and CIA is like, don't print it. So it went, all over the world. It was all over in India, all over in Africa, and it didn't print here.
Hold on. Why does the CIA not want that out?
Because they don't believe Hamza bin Laden's alive.
Excuse me?
I know.
How so?
He's like running Al-Qaeda. He's hosting meetings like every week.
Do they really not believe that? Or
I think
is this just to cover their tracks?
I think they really don't believe it, but then they've put no effort in the last couple of years to be like, well, we should run it down and maybe reverse our assessment. And remember, the same thing happened after Benghazi, right? We knew Al-Qaeda was there in real time. And then they all went down some weird fake protest thing, but then CIA never changed their assessments when they knew Al-Qaeda was on the compound, right? So sometimes it's almost impossible to get the CIA to reverse an assessment.
So for those that don't know, Hamza bin Laden he's basically the catalyst here. He is marrying into all these terrorist networks. We discussed this on your previous interview, but just to summarize it, he is kind of uniting them. The common goal is to come to the West, terrorize the West. How is this guy different than his father, Osama?
Yeah, Hamza's a problem. So it's really interesting. So Osama bin Laden, first off, Hamza really believes in being kind of undercover and covert. Like he doesn't want to really go out there and be on TV or even do like the audio recordings. Like he wants to stay under the radar, hidden. He wants you to not even like know he's running things. So he wants a hidden hand in everything. So I told you they're involved in October 7th. Al-Qaeda is never going to claim responsibility for it. Al-Qaeda is not going to claim responsibility for these embassy attacks. And they have a plan for that, I'll tell you. They're not going to claim responsibility for the Europe attacks. And they're definitely not going to claim responsibility for the US Homeland attack. Very different, right, than his father. The other thing is his father...
Hold on. Why are they not claiming responsibility?
Because they want to keep their safe havens intact and they don't actually care if it was Al-Qaeda. They just want to take it to us, right?
Oh, shit.
It does not matter if it's ISIS, if it's HTS, if it's Hamas. They're all one, right? They're all an Islamic army. And nobody's taking this Islamic army concept seriously, but Hamza views all the terrorist groups in the world now under his Islamic army, and that's the way he views them. And he's almost like Iranian Quds Force, where he's like, okay, this is my proxy here, this is my proxy here, this is my proxy here. Like he's planning an attack in Lebanon against some sort of US interests, right? It's an Al-Qaeda Hezbollah plot. But when it occurs, only Hezbollah is going to take responsibility. You won't even know Al-Qaeda is involved in it. Just like Giuliani's Blitzkrieg, Al-Qaeda has supported that, right? They gave him 10,000 fighters, right? Taliban gave him camps in Afghanistan. Are you hearing anything about the Taliban and Al-Qaeda right now when they're talking about Syria?
No.
Zero. Did you hear their names come up at all for October 7th?
No.
Yeah. Hamza's killing it. So Hamza now wants to do completely covert action and let everything fall under this Islamic army. And the really interesting thing is his father was incredibly patient, right? Remember, everybody knows it took him 5 years to prove 9/11. And Osama bin Laden was like, hey, we can create the caliphate. I'm okay if it takes 1,000 years. Hamza wants to do everything in his lifetime. He wants the Islamic caliphate to be created in his lifetime. He wants to bring all of his father's goals, to fruition. And one of them was take it to America, right, on US soil, make them feel the war zones at home. And Hamza takes that very serious. And that's why he has gone full force on this plot. The interesting part is Hamza will approve a plot in one meeting, right? Bring it in, brief this plan you have for the embassy. Yep, I'm good. So he moves a lot faster. And actually, of all things, the IRGC and Iran have complained. And they're even, when they work with Al-Qaeda, they're like, we want Saif al-Adil. He's more calm, cool, collected. Like, we trust him more. We don't think he's going to cause a big ruckus. But they're like, Hamza's a loose cannon. He's running at full speed. We don't know how to control him. So it's almost an interesting thing. So it's funny, right? Other governments are seeing this, and our government won't even talk about him being alive, and he's running fast against us.
Can you go what are his goals? So hold on, I got a lot of questions. So if we have all these networks, we have all these terrorism networks. Is Hamza literally the number one guy?
So Hamza is the number one guy of what is now called the Islamic Army. Okay. So the Islamic Army is Sunni Shia. It is his father's vision. Hamza's now put it to reality in the last 2 years, and it basically pulls in every group. It's Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, whoever will agree to it. Obviously, there's a lot of negotiations going on to get people into this. This isn't easy, right? Like they're constantly giving up things to get people to join in. So he's been very successful. They've now trained about 120,000 people under this Islamic Army umbrella. So these new recruits are coming in. They're not basically training in an ISIS camp or an Al-Qaeda camp. They are, but they're coming out of it as Islamic Army. So when they're doing deployments to Syria, to Somalia, to Mali, these fighters are viewing themselves as Islamic Army. And the point of that is, if they get detained, they're not going to say Al-Qaeda, right? So Hamza set this up. And then he took one of his father's old bodyguards, Hamza al-Ghamdi, his name is, and put him in charge. So Hamza al-Ghamdi is actually basically the commander of the Islamic Army. Maybe like a month ago, FBI upped his reward. So this is funny. So Hamza al-Ghamdi is worth $5 million. Hamza bin Laden, who's in charge of Hamza al-Ghamdi and appointed him, he's on the wanted list for $1 million. So we don't even have our priorities right of who's in charge, who the enemy is, what they're involved in. So so there's the whole Islamic Army piece, okay? Now, under the Islamic Army falls the original goals of Osama bin Laden, right? One is to push the U.S. out of the Middle East. That's the wave of attacks that had the Israel attack, right? It's going to be the wave of attacks or the embassy attacks, right? Because it's to push us out of embassies in the Middle East, like they're targeting U.S. Embassy Baghdad, for example, right? Makes perfect sense. And then there is the restoration of the caliphate. So the Syria push is a restoration of the caliphate. The Mali push is the restoration of the caliphate. So he's just doing his father's old goals, but faster, and he's using all the other terrorist groups to make it happen. It's not going to be Al-Qaeda reaching these goals. It's going to be Al-Qaeda, ISIS, whomever. And the way that they're dealing with it is when they're sitting down making these agreements. So when they sat down and talked about Syria and Iraq, okay, Al-Qaeda now has given up the thought of, I want to own territory. Al-Qaeda's thought, I want to be the governments, right? Or I want my allies to be the government. So they more want a political power. So they sat down with ISIS and says, ISIS, if you want to run certain parts of Syria, you want to run certain parts of Iraq, and they've had the same discussion with IRGC, like, we're fine with that. Like, let's come to agreement on what that looks like. So, so there's some really interesting partnerships going on when you'd say, oh no, they're against each other. It's like, no, they're finding ways to compromise because they all want the same things in a different way.
You had mentioned they have a couple of different goals. Well, a handful of goals. You'd mentioned Europe. You mentioned Israel, I believe. You mentioned the U.S. Where are all the targets?
Sure.
And what are the goals?
So
let's leave the U.S. for last.
Sure. So if you talk about Israel, obviously there was the big Hamas attack.
You guys have heard, right, that they are all finding ways to compromise with each other and come together, right, as one unit, Islamic Army, while America is looking for the next dance trend. You understand what I'm saying? On TikTok. While the U.S., right, and the people of the U.S., we're at a 57% decline in armed forces. People who are volunteering or signing up to join the armed forces. Instead, they're looking for the next dance trend. Instead, they're trying to figure out what sexuality they are. They're just trying to figure out if they're a man or a woman inside. This is effectively what our country is looking like, while Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, Hamas, All of these terrorist groups are coming together and uniting and compromising. You understand what I'm saying? You know how huge that is, especially when one has a ego. You understand what I'm saying? At this point, you got some that's submitting to the other, saying, look, let's go, whatever we need to do to get it done, let's get it done. I don't care who gets the credit for what, but let's get the goal done. They're coming together and compromising while our children are over here doing what? while our youth is over here doing what exactly? This is the things that I'm talking about, I'm referring to. Listening to Sexy Red, listening to Big Lotto and goddamn Glorilla. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the discretion of a society. You understand what I mean? This is what we're facing while they're coming together, banding together and training on the daily basis. There's a reason why this had to come out, because, you know, covering these sort of topics, right, will at least give the individuals who have the ears to hear an opportunity to prepare. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, hallelujah. Bless you, and bless you, Brother Myron. Bless you. All praises to the Most High. But we have to prepare ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? And this is the type of information we need. This is the type of intel we need. We got to keep our ears to the ground, you know, keep our ears to what's going on, and just stay updated. So that way we are fully aware of what they're doing, you right? So we can make preparations. If you got individuals who have a hard time with getting a passport, let's say that they may have a felony on their record, come holla at me. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to cost them something, but I can get them one just in case they need to, need to make a move and get the hell out the country. You never know. If you want a national passport, let's say you want to remove your social security number away from your passport that you currently have. If you want a national passport that allow you to travel internationally, right? Almost as though you're a national American, okay? Your social security number won't be tied to this passport once you get a national passport, okay? Holla at me, let me know. And that's one less way that they can track it. That's one less way that they can deny certain things. That also puts you on the do not detain list on a federal level, okay? So meaning they will not arrest you, take you to jail on a federal level, okay? That's all the highways and byways and all throughout Washington, D.C., meaning state troopers will be able to see that you're on a do not detain list. You understand? Now, for locally, you would have to file it in your local counties, but that's how that works. Let me know. One of the biggest things you can do in regards to a lot of these things and making preparations, you never know what you may have to do. You may have to bunker down, stay on your land or in your home or whatever it may be and defend your position. Or you may have an opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge, get the hell out of the state, out of the country, and go somewhere where you know that you'd be safer. You and your family would be safer. And you will need to move in a way that's more incognito. You understand what I'm saying? Your best bet is to go ahead and sign up for the membership. I'm going to be dropping a lot of the information. So if you want to do it for yourself, then listen, I'm going to be dropping a lot of that information for the members of the Warsheep Podcast, because I know for sure that they're serious about it, first of all, but also they deserve it because they support the channel. And also, I want to be sure that we're keeping it somewhat private. I don't want to make it so public. And like I said before, I notice a lot of people who invest monetarily, they usually take it very serious. So those are a few reasons why. But I would love for everybody to get the information. I would love for everybody to be able to level up in that way. I just want to be sure I'm being tactful in who is doing so. And if the Most High was willing for you to be one of those individuals, you're going to join us. You're going to join us with the membership. I'm going to be dropping more videos, doing more live streams, and we're going to be bringing more of this information out to the public. It is only $2. You understand what I'm saying? That's not much per month, y'all, per month. Okay. So $2 a month will get you in the door to learning the basics of what you need to learn. You know what I'm saying? It is by level. So ain't nobody asking you for $100. You know what I'm saying? To do anything, right? But it's $2 just to be able to do that per month, and then you're good to go. And you can be able to have access to a lot of the information and more information that's coming on that level. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and get back to this video here real quick. ISIS was/is another okay. Manufactured boogeyman. I've read articles where many of them are okay. They're mercenaries from across the world, right? And they also are somebody who's banding together with the Taliban. So if they're mercenaries from across the world all over the place, and I've heard that too, Brother Myron. So I agree with you. I've heard that as well, that they are mercenaries. And that's the reason why the other individual in New Orleans was said to have an ISIS flag and was influenced by ISIS because I believe they're just a bunch of band of mercenaries who are misfits and felt like they've been done wrong by their own countrymen. So they band together and they commit those sort of terrorist acts. So facts. Hallelujah. I agree. Bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you. I definitely speak you behind the scenes about the passport, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. You may need it. You may need it. It's going to probably more than likely it will come in handy, but it'll give you more options. Okay. Let's say that. Bless you. Bless you. Yes, sir. All right. Let's continue, y'all.
Attack. And then they actually have a couple other waves of attacks. I know one of them and I shared it. I'll probably get yelled at for sharing that one too. And then they want to do against Israel what they do with us, like attack the embassies. Okay, so that's the Israel piece. Mm-hmm. And then they want to do attacks on Europe. But the interesting part is even their Europe attacks, they're still leaning towards, hey, when we go attack Norway or whomever, we want to attack the U.S. embassy there. So we're still almost the target, even though they want to do the attack in that country. And then the last piece is they want this October 7th style attack in multiple places in Europe and then in the U.S. And that's the one that Scott talked to you about that we had, in the AQ 2.0 book. But I realized he didn't give it to you when he was here. So I'm giving you the AQ 2.0 book, but that's really interesting. So we gave
You worked on this.
I gave a little bit of our investigation to it. So this was put together by a European retired intelligence officer. And what he did is he reached out to his huge community from working his entire career and said, what do you have on this? What do you have on this? What do you have on this? And he compiled a bunch of people's investigations into this attack. So this is the best thing you can get open source.
Al-Qaeda 2.0, the upcoming attack on the United States and Europe unveiled.
So Boone and I focus on the U.S. homeland piece of this attack, but people who contributed to the book focus on the Europe piece, right? Because they're European.
Interesting. Could you get me connected?
Yeah, I'll put you in touch.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, since we're giving gifts, I was going to wait till later, but I got you a gift too, Sarah.
Whoa.
You heard about the unplugged phone?
Yeah, I use the app, so I'm kind of excited I can upgrade to the phone.
There you go. So, yeah, developed by Eric Prince and his team, one of the dev guys on there.
Good. I'm going to text Eric Prince first from it, because that would be fun. It'll be like, what crap is she asking me for now?
But,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I might want to consider getting that app, the UpPhone app, or getting the phone less traceable. I'm kind of moving like that myself, but I'm going to look into that app and look into that phone as well, just to kind of move a little bit more under the radar, move a little more silent. You understand what I'm saying? Me personally, my phone bills, my phone services, I don't put those in my personal name. I don't put them in my personal name in social. That goes in business. That goes in my business name, my business EIN. So that's another way to really help with things. You understand what I'm saying? How to do it? Listen, we're gonna definitely go over that, a lot of that. So look into it. The UpPhone. Look into it. Move a little bit more silent. You know what I'm saying? I also got a Norton VPN on my device, so it'll make it seem as though that it's over in Brazil, right? When really, like, you see that, when really I'm in, of course, you know what a VPN does. Yeah, so it'll give me that. It'll say to my devices, somewhere else. Get you a VPN. If you're using the same password for all of your subscriptions, whatever you do, you have the same password. Make sure that your password is very difficult to guess. You understand what I'm saying? But you can remember it. Difficult for others to guess. Make sure that it's unique. Okay. Don't do nothing simple. Do something unique. Very unique, but something that you continuously, that's repetitious, that you now remember it, and you can be able to access everything you have with this unique password. But NordVPN, NORD VPN, that's a really good app to use when you kind of want to make sure that VPN not connected. Yeah, so I had to see what's up with that. When you need to be sure that you're moving low key. You understand what I'm saying? Try that, and then I'm gonna look into this UpPhone app as well. Let's continue.
Welcome for those listening. That's a great way to kind of keep your data safe from big tech.
Perfect.
And like
NordVPN,
Facebook, Google,
Facebook. I don't have a Facebook account right now. I'm fine. They took it down.
But yeah. So where has Hamza bin Laden been all these years?
So we basically found out where he was in 2022, and that's when he was in Kandahar, right? We learned that prior to that, he was in Waziristan, Pakistan, but really the chunk of the time he was in Iran. The thing is, when Qasem Soleimani was killed in early 2020, he was like, I'm not sure Iran can keep me safe if they couldn't keep Soleimani safe. And so
Shalom, welcome in, Sister Thomas. Welcome in. Shalom, shalom.
He left Iran at that time and went to Pakistan. And so then he stayed in Pakistan until Kabul fell. And then he went into Afghanistan.
In that report that you had mentioned that the British intelligence leaked to the press, where is that? Can we find that and overlay it right now?
Well, yeah, it's basically, it then was turned into an article. So it just says he's now the head of Al-Qaeda. He's planning operations against the West, these large scale attacks. So yeah, I think it first was in like the Mirror or the Sun, but then a ton of news articles picked up the same thing.
So it's out there.
Yeah, it's out there.
All over UK media.
Yeah, if you just put Hamza bin Laden live, it'll come up.
What about his brother, Abdullah? Why is that? What is his role?
Yeah, so the interesting part is Abdullah was the one originally in all the meetings, right? And so Abdullah's the one everybody hears about. They're like, yeah, bin Laden has an alive son, Abdullah. And then they discount Hamza because Hamza's very covert, under the radar. Abdullah is interesting because a lot of people don't understand this. So, before the fall of Kabul, when there was the fighting with the Afghan National Army, it was Abdullah bin Laden and a terrorist named Abu Ikhlas al-Mazri who were running the fronts of that war. So Al-Qaeda was running the war against our allies when Afghanistan fell. That wasn't a Taliban-led war. That was an Al-Qaeda-led war. And so Abdullah's become an amazing strategist. And a lot of people think he's kind of just this businessman or CEO type. And so now he's pretty much running the operations of Al-Qaeda, and he runs all the terrorist camps. So he is basically the terrorist who trained the homeland attackers. And that's why he really matters. And he knows all the homeland attackers.
Wow. I find it really interesting that they don't even care about the credit anymore because if I remember correctly, when I was working over there, that's all they wanted to do was easiest and biggest target of opportunity so that it hits the press, they can take credit for it, and everybody's scared shitless of them. Now they don't even care about that.
Yeah, they just want to hurt us, right? And the interesting part is, we've spent a lot of time trying to find all the training camps for the homeland attacks, right? And we've really come up with 3 we're confident in, right? They've taken advanced urban warfare that we've talked about, suicide bombing training, and then cover and covert training, right? Al-Qaeda is teaching them, like, don't even say you've been to Afghanistan, like if you're Kuwaiti or Saudi, never mention the word Al-Qaeda, right? When they go through these camps together, they're all given fake names. So if we're in camp together, I don't know your name as Shah Ryan. I know you as Joe Bob, right? So the really interesting thing is that matters to them. They don't want the track record.
They're using pseudonyms even within
in
now.
Camps. Yep. amongst each other. They don't even trust each other to give the true name.
Holy shit. So they've really fucking stepped it up.
Yeah. And then there's a whole nother piece that it's so hard to get people to comprehend that this now is going to sound like a conspiracy theory. Okay. Now, Al-Qaeda, and it's been Hamza bin Laden. Hamza bin Laden went to Sanaullah Ghaffari, who's the head of ISIS Khorasan province, and said, hey, we don't want to just claim our attacks in the US and Europe on ISKP. We need ISKP bodies, right? We need terrorists at that attack. So when they're dead and you ID them back, you say, yes, they're ISIS Khorasan province. So Hamza bin Laden and Sanaullah Ghaffari made a deal, and there would be ISIS fighters in Al-Qaeda's homeland attack. It's really interesting. And then ISIS will claim responsibility for the attack. And they went so far as Taliban has been feeding bits and info to the US government. So after the attack, the US government will go back into its intelligence databases for the last couple years and be like, yeah, we had a little piece on this attacker, he's ISIS. We've had a little piece on that attacker, he's ISIS. We've had a piece on that attacker, it's ISIS. It's an ISIS attack. So US intel is gonna back it because they've been feeding the information in. That's how well they've planned this.
Holy shit. All right. Sarah, you're just, my mind's going to explode. I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll come back and get into the rest of this.
So, yeah, this is what we are currently up against. Not to mention we got anti-gravitic propulsion systems that are just out here floating around all over the place. We got all kinds of shit, all kinds of problems that are coming our way. And all of these issues, like Sister said, she has these things, her bills, her vehicles under an
I hired an AI
that helps you move a little bit more under the radar. And plus it protects your your private information. Learning how to move like this and moving like this effectively is your best choice, your best option whenever you have an opportunity to, okay? Whenever the opportunity presents itself, if you can be able to get it under an LLC or something like that and keep your name off of it and your social off of it, then you're doing really good. But you just got to take your opportunities when you can. As well as understanding the VPNs, using the VPNs, not like you said, on your desktops and also on your phones. That way they won't be tracking you and trying to steal data, things like that. When you go to websites and they start asking you to accept the cookies, okay? I don't know about you, but listen, I don't know nobody who's trying to give us some cookies without something in return. You understand what I'm saying? But my thing is that you need to make sure. I always usually reject it. You understand what I'm saying? Rejecting, accepting of the cookie. You understand what I'm saying? Reject it. They're not gonna kick you off the website. They just trying to ask because they want to track your position. They want to know exactly where you're at. And I'm just telling you these things because you never know what you may need and what you may need to do to move a little bit more incognito. You understand what I'm saying? But proper preparations will save lives, right? And when we're going over this information, we're preparing our minds mentally. You understand what I'm saying? For whatever is to come, we are mentally preparing our minds, our mental state. We already be in position to do what's necessary for preservation of ourselves, of our families, of the saints, you know what I'm saying, around us. We be ready. Yeah, you gotta reject them. Yeah, don't accept the cookies, man. Just don't, because they're tracking your position, location, and also they're reading where you're at. Sometimes it's just so they can be able to show you ads. A lot of times they can be accessed. Other people can access it on your Facebook pages. I'm gonna say this on your Facebook pages. Take your name off of your Facebook pages, all your social media. Take your name off of that. Get your name off of it. I would even go as far as say get your image off, but your image is fine. It's your name that's the problem. Remove your name and replace it with a different name. Okay, something that's a little more incognito. Me personally, my name on ain't my legal name. It's my lawful name. You understand what I'm saying? The reason why I tell you this is because the police officers, right, the law enforcement agents, when they want to see who you are, right, and confirm who you are, they use Facebook. Okay, that's one of the tools they use to confirm who you are. They use Facebook, and that's what they mostly rely on. Okay, they use social media apps. They don't care about anything. They go on social media apps. You got to understand, they're not advanced. They don't get to look at you and then all of a sudden all your information pop up. That's not what they're able to do right now. So what they do is they go online. They search the name that they were looking for. If it's on a petition or if it's on some sort of paperwork that needs to be served, if they've seen it somewhere, or if somebody's told them your name, what they'll do is they'll look you up on social media first. They don't even look within their own database. You understand what I'm saying? They look on social media ads first to find out who you are. So you wanna remove your name, alter it, put a nickname up. You understand what I'm saying? It makes it more difficult to, locate that. You understand what I'm saying? But you want to do it because it's for your own safety. You never know who's trying to find you. That is not law enforcement. You don't know who's trying to find you, who's trying to do what. You understand what I'm saying? And it's just an extra added level of protection for you. Let's continue with this video, y'all. Hopefully that was understanding. Yeah, you want to adjust those things. Okay. Let's continue though. Oop, I got it muted. Hold up.
According to you.
Well, Hamza lived there safely, right? So it says something.
What's going on there?
Well, the interesting thing is, when we went into Afghanistan, we weren't really fighting the senior leaders of Al-Qaeda, right? They all fled within those first few months, right? Bin Laden went across Tora Bora, etc. So the Al-Qaeda terrorists went to two countries. They went to Pakistan and they went to Iran. Well, in Pakistan, the Pakistani government teamed up with us and they got paid lots of money. And they started capturing terrorists, right? Like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, for example. So the terrorists then are like, well, we're probably going to be safer in Iran. But now if you're in Iran, your wives are there, your children are there, you're going to make a very close relationship with the government, as you can imagine. And so Al-Qaeda made a close relationship with Qasem Soleimani, who is now deceased, but he headed the Iranian Quds Force. And Qasem Soleimani basically asked one of his really good friends, another member of the military, Mohammed Kazemi, his name was, and he said, hey, your job is to keep Hamza bin Laden safe, Saif al-Adil safe, and he actually was also protecting one of our Benghazi plotters. That's why we know this so well. So it was his job to keep them safe. So when Qasmani died, this individual moved up. He's not the head of the Quds Force. He's the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. So basically, the people that harbored, the man who harbored Al-Qaeda is one of the most senior intelligence officials in all of Iran. So that's the relationship. And he comes all the time to Afghanistan. He plotted the Hamas attacks with Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and obviously Hamas, and then internal units within Iran to include Khomeini. Like Khomeini was involved in the Hamas attack planning, and even Haibatullah Akhundzada, who we talked about, the head of the Taliban, he issued the fatwa for the attack. And then it was an IRGC general that did the go for the attack, right? Like that's how intermingled all these people have become. And we still have analysts that say, oh, Iran doesn't get along with Al-Qaeda, or Iran's attacking Al-Qaeda. It's like, what are you talking about? They harbored them almost the entire war we had.
So these guys are super in cahoots.
Yeah, they're very, very close relations.
Are they sharing intelligence?
100%. To where the Taliban and Al-Qaeda gave the Iranian government intelligence base. It's basically in an Al-Qaeda camp in Kandahar.
Are you
Yep.
So they're commingled now.
Yeah. And remember, this isn't just Iran. So North Koreans come to Kandahar, the Russians come to Kandahar, the Chinese come to Kandahar, and they don't just meet with the Taliban, they meet with each other.
Well, wait a minute. How can the Russians be involved? Because there was that big mall attack from ISIS, which if all these networks are connected.
Right. The thing is, just like us, Russia had to go to the Taliban to collect on ISIS and to go against ISIS, just like we do. So there's two branches of ISIS. Nobody actually really understands this. ISIS Khorasan province, okay? There's the one we all know that's run by Sanaullah Ghaffari, and he did the Abbey Gate attacks with the Haqqani network, okay? Mm-hmm. There's a whole nother branch that's based in northern Afghanistan, is run by an individual named Gulmurad Khalimov. He is basically one of the main enemies in the world of Russia. He used to run the Tajikistan Special Forces. He defected to ISIS. He became ISIS's minister of war. Then he got detained. His death got faked. He somehow got released after the fall of Kabul. And he runs this unit now in northern Afghanistan. And the interesting part is, so the one that's run by Sanaullah Ghaffari, okay, that one basically emanated out of a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of guys from Orakzai Agency and the Fatah, some Punjabis, etc. It was always run by a Pakistani until the last leader got captured, Amjad Faruqi, and then Sanaullah took over. So Sanaullah is the first Afghan to run it. But when Sanaullah took over, he'd been a member of the Haqqani network since 2012, and he was the head of the Haqqani network in Kabul, okay? So this branch now is controlled by Sirajuddin Haqqani, right? And they're the ones that jointly did Abbey Gate. The other branch with Khalimov, Sirajuddin Haqqani is giving him refuge in northern Afghanistan. So Sirajuddin Haqqani is funding and supporting the second branch. So the crazy part is the Haqqani branch essentially runs the two arms. Now it's the northern arm that's getting a lot of those Central Asian terrorists. So even though Sanaullah did the Moscow attacks, the threat from Russia comes from Khalimov. And the Taliban are hiding the Khalimov angle completely from Russia, making them focus on the other one.
Wow.
It's a whole ruse.
Wow. Man, these guys have really stepped it up. Let's move into some of your investigations. I saw you completed 2 more Know Thy Enemy investigations. Let's dive into those.
Yep. So we completed basically October 7th, Know Thy Enemy, right? That's our most recent one. And that was the one that went into the Hamas attacks. And then before that, we completed basically our own Abbey Gate investigation. We weren't going to do either of these. And then in April, CENTCOM put out their investigation to Abbey Gate. So what was that? 3.5 years of doing an investigation. And there is a line in their report. Our investigation identified the suicide bomber as, and it said, Abdul Rahman al-Lagori. That's a kunya or an alias. And I was like, they've investigated this for 3.5 years and they don't know his true name. And that's when I realized I wanted to do this in April, and I got his true name by the time I released in August, and they couldn't get his true name, a full government body. They had 12 investigators on this panel in 3.5 years. That's how little they investigated Abbey Gate. They also, of course, as you know, covered up the Haqqani network was involved in it.
So is this all just a show, their investigations? What is
Remember, I worked in Congress.
What do they actually do?
All the government investigations are checking a box. We did something. But if you actually know how to investigate and you look into it, you can find all these holes, right? They did not do their job properly. So we found out his name, and his name is Abdul Rauf Sangari. So they couldn't even find the true name of a man who blew up 13 of our service members. That's how little they cared. And that's what I find offensive.
Yeah. So she is an ex-military, of course, intelligence, I believe, officer or soldier. So she is now retired, and so they just do this, but they also inform the government about a lot of this stuff, but the government does nothing about it. So she does talk about it publicly, in which the government, the Pentagon, contacts her or has contacted her before and told her that she didn't go through the proper channels to be releasing certain information. So, you know, with her acting as a civilian, right, because she's retired, if you have this information, I mean, there's no real obligation to keep it personal. You know, if the U.S. government is not going to receive it and actually actively do something about it, then you got to tell somebody, you know what I mean? So that's probably why. But I would think that they would be really upset about her coming out here and talking like this, especially when she did this interview right here. I believe that they might have been extremely upset about this. You never know what they plan on doing, but the more you speak publicly, the safer you can be for longer. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to be accused of doing something to hurt you. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing they don't want to do. You come up missing one day, it's gonna be their fault. You know? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you know, my thing is that I think that that's one of the parts of compromising. But this is what makes them more of a threat, because they're able to compromise a lot of this stuff and just move and push past the differences. But I agree with that, man. Listen, I prefer you to be who you are, straight up. You feel me? But they got a common goal. They're comrades. You feel what I'm saying? They got a common goal. They want destruction to the US, to the UK, to these countries, and they want to take it to their soil. They want, you know, Saddam Hussein's son, the younger one, he wants to bring war to the US soil, and that's what he wants so bad because of course his homeland was a war zone. So he wants so bad to bring war to US soil. Israel, trial run. It was just a trial run to see how they were going to move about it. You understand what I'm saying? So we'll see. Does she live in the US? Yes, I believe she does live in the US. Don't quote me on that, but I believe she does live in the US and she is ex-military. Let's continue.
What else do we need to know?
You know, for the Abbey Gate investigation, it's really interesting. So our government did two things that are very dishonest to the public. One is they made us think this was a lone wolf ISIS bomber, right? It wasn't. This was a planned attack with the senior leadership of ISIS Khorasan province and the senior leadership of the Haqqanis. In a report, we talked through basically 12 terrorists involved. 7 of them are Haqqanis. 5 of them are ISIS, right? And this is how quickly they can plan an attack, okay? The terrorist, we found out the exact date he got released from Bagram. He gets released. So we call the NEO. We say, hey, we're going to do a NEO August 13th, okay? The US government says, we're going to finally do a NEO. They waited that long. 2 days later, August 15th, the suicide bomber, even though they don't know his real name, gets released from Bagram, okay? 3 days later, he's in Kandahar sitting in the operational meeting to plan this attack. Then, the 21st of August, the Haqqanis choose 3 senior commanders who are going to man the gates and let the bomber through the gates, okay? 2 days later, they basically shift a bunch of security from North Gate to Abbey Gate because they want more bodies at Abbey Gate when they blow it up. And then 2 days later after that, US puts out the threat, there's a suicide bomber threat, and then the next day they blow it. That's how quickly they basically find out we're doing a NEO on the 13th. The bomber gets on the 15th, and they have him at the table on the 18th planning this. They killed over 170 Afghans and 13 of our service members.
Holy.
And the US government made you believe this was a lone wolf.
Did they do that on purpose? Or was it out
I'm
of their
sorry.
competence?
If I
Curious,
can go find out where the planning meeting took place, I know who moved the suicide bomber. I know who moved Sanaullah Ghaffari to Kabul.
And so if they lied to you about this, right, and sold you a pipe dream about a lone wolf bombing this particular facility, what else are they doing? What else are they hiding? What else are they keeping? You know, this is the reason why a lot of individuals aren't signing up to quickly go join the armed forces. They just don't trust the intergovernmental system anymore. You know what I mean? They've shown themselves to be not trustworthy. Same situation with the Matthew Berg situation, the Cybertruck bomber. You understand what I mean? Like I see that it's going to be. I highly doubt that he actually killed himself and blew that truck up. I know for a fact this was just definitely a display or a sign. He was just trying to warn. He was trying to give you a sign here, so that way we all could be able to witness something and try to wake us up, right, to something actually coming. Because in his manifestos, that's what he explained. That's what he expressed, that something was coming, and he wanted to blow the whistle on the things, on the war crimes, on the gravitic compulsion systems that they were flying around town all over the country. He wanted to blow the whistle on a lot, and I find it. I highly doubt that he shot himself in the head and exploded the Cybertruck outside of Trump Tower. I believe that he drove that thing, that he programmed it to drive right on up, got out of Dodge, and faked his death. That's what I believe. Honestly, tell you the truth, because I don't see him doing that. I don't see that happening. So, what else is that? Are they hiding? What else are they keeping? Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. We'll y'all let me know if y'all want to actually finish it out, or you guys want to wrap it up pretty soon, because I'm almost done with the complex terrorist network section, and I wasn't planning on moving past that point. But hey, if you guys want to, I'm willing to finish it up. They are so wicked. Yeah. So yeah, y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. But I'm gonna continue.
I know who the three men were at the gates, and I know the terrorist. His name is Hafiz Haqqani, who told the bomber, "Okay, you're in a good spot now. Blow." I know all that on my own, collecting on my own. How can the U.S. government not collect that? And if they aren't collecting it, we got a lot more to worry about.
QC Design School offers a number.
I hope some of these new administration picks get in contact with you. I really do, because you are super sharp. What's the involvement? What is the connection between the October 7th Hamas attacks and Afghanistan?
Yeah. So the interesting part is, right, so this was the other investigation we weren't going to do, okay? So we put out Abbygate because CENTCOM, I thought, did something very embarrassing. And then what we knew the plotting had happened in Afghanistan. But we thought, okay, Israel is just going to keep calling it the Hamas attacks until they wipe out Hamas, right? That makes sense. You can't fight 3 or 4 different fronts, right? Or different terrorist groups at the same time. Well, we're getting closer to coming up on the year mark of it, and Israel still wasn't telling anyone, obviously they knew IRGC was involved because they took out a bunch of them, but they weren't telling anybody about Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and they weren't striking Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, but we knew Israel is in a series of attacks, right? And those series of attacks include the U.S. homeland. So we're like, if we don't put out the truth that Al-Qaeda did October 7th, then how do we expect the law enforcement and first responders in the U.S. to be prepared if no one told them October 7th was the same people who are going to attack in the U.S., right? Because if you can look at those tactics, prepare, do different training, it puts you in a more resilient position if an attack happens in your community. So that was the catalyst that made us put out October 7th. So basically what happened is this was a joint kind of Al-Qaeda, IRGC thing. And I said, this is a whole bigger thing. And they did all this over Telegram for the most part. So they had an original planning meeting in Kandahar again. And then they had kind of like their second meeting up in Kabul. And then most of the rest of the plotting occurred via Telegram. And then, which is crazy, right? You'd think our governments could collect that in advance. We learned a lot of things during this process. First off, in the first plotting meeting, it was Saif al-Adil. He runs the military commission of the Taliban. He's the one that chose the date. Do you know what's significant about October 7th?
No.
So he first chose October 7th, 2022. I told you it got pushed a year because of Zawahiri, which is also its own point, right? We struck an Al-Qaeda member and it forced them to push the attack another year. What if we kept striking them in Afghanistan during that time, right? It could have pushed the attacks longer. And this is why I say we need to strike the command and control of the Homeland attack, right? But anyway, set aside, October 7th was the day George Bush announced Operation Enduring Freedom, and we basically started carpet bombing Kandahar.
No shit.
So nobody understands the October 7th attacks actually have a connection to Afghanistan to begin with. And the date was chosen to do with Afghanistan. So everybody who's like, why do we care about Israel? Why is that our problem? It's like, that's just the first in a series. It's coming for us. That's like the test run.
Did you put that together?
Yes. Well, my team, my Know Thy Enemy investigation team.
How has nobody else put that together?
Well, I don't think we're the only ones. So we received kind of a pat on the back from a foreign government that reached out to someone that knows me, like they realized we know each other through social media. And they told that person to tell me, your report is spot on. That's what we have. So that's a foreign government's intelligence service saying, good job, like bravo.
Who was it? Can you mention that?
It was a European one.
Okay.
So to say nobody has that, I think is untrue. I hope our government has it, right? But the dishonesty behind it would be a problem if they did. And they're not preparing America for this October 7th round of attacks that are coming here.
You're mentioning law enforcement being proactive, and I don't see that happening no matter what.
Right. But at least if so.
All right. So she said there's a round of attacks that are coming here. And the date she's giving is around October 7th. You understand? She keeps mentioning October 7th. So my thing is that, of course, one of the attacks already took place January 31st, right? In Nevada. And then simultaneously we got the Cybertruck bomber who also set the truck off in Nevada the same day, right? And I don't think that that's a coincidence. I believe that, he may have had some intel, because he also was a soldier who was a part of intelligence, right? And knew a lot about a lot. You understand what I'm saying? I believe that he had some intel that some attacks were going to be taking place, and that was going to be the beginning. And the beginning of it was going to be was that attack on the 31st, right? And that was going to set the chain reaction. That was because think about how sloppy that was. Let's just think about it. Analyze this situation in New Orleans. The man drove a truck through a crowd of people. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a suicide bombing. They didn't explode anything, right? I believe that there was explosives found on site, but I guess maybe was faulty, or they never actually triggered them. It just seems like that's just not a coincidence, yo. It just seems like that was just a marker. His death, right? His death was a sign for individuals who may be sleeper agents here in this country to now go active. Them making this announcement that he had an ISIS flag in the truck. Okay. ISIS is also Al-Qaeda now. Al-Qaeda is also ISIS. You understand what I'm saying? Taliban is ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and everybody else. Hamas, all of them, they're all each other. They all represent each other. So them seeing this, right, and knowing that they're going to make ISIS the ones to blame, okay? This is their plan. It's to whoever's taking the blame, as long as we take the fight to U.S. soil. You understand what I'm saying? So, me personally, if I'm seeing this for what it is and how sloppy it was done, how it was just kind of on a whim, right? And this does not say anything about mass destruction, terrorist attack. I believe we had 14 people who lost their life, sadly, during this time. And then also the individual driving the truck, he also lost his life because they gunned him down. It just seems like it's a little too sloppy. It seems like it wasn't organized enough. It seems like they could have had more mass casualties than what they did. It just seems like it was just something to kick something off. You guys let me know what you think. You understand what I'm saying? But it just seems like it just was kicking something off, and it wasn't like about mass casualties at that time, but it was just about giving a signal, like a smoke flare, something like that. You know what I mean? Modern day Israel is a Roman/Zionist contract. Okay. Yes, construct. Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, that's true. Sorry, my comments is a little off topic, but you gotta know when people state or country just not for you, and you gotta be upfront and let them know that you know. Yeah, but the Bible does say a soft answer does turn away wrath. So the Bible does say a soft answer turns away wrath. So sometimes we got to consider that, even though we might not be vibing with the individual, just letting it be where it's at, and maybe still being polite, being kind, something like that. So that's another flat side of the coin, and it does work. But sometimes you do gotta let them know. Sometimes you do gotta put them in their place if they're out of line or not really doing. You know what I'm saying? If you took that nice route too many times and it's time to put them in their place, then you gotta do what you gotta do. Let the Spirit lead you. But yeah, a soft answer does turn away wrath, though. Hallelujah. Yeah. Listen, let's continue. America is on a suicide mission with these games. And it's only increasing because Americans are focused on their greed. Yeah, we totally sleep, y'all. We totally sleep. I mean, honestly, there's no way that we're prepared for what's to come. We got too many individuals worried about the next dance trend for us to be ready. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue.
You know how budgets work and training works and everything else. At least if you say a threat's coming and the government puts out something, it gives you a catalyst, or it gives you something to hold on to, right? And you can go and say, we need more training. We haven't even done this type of training in 6 years. Like, you can start having the discussions. But if nobody's sharing anything, and I don't know if you saw, but Scott Mann and I went and met with Governor DeSantis and briefed this to him. And he said, I've received no threat reporting at all on terrorism from the federal government. So they're not passing anything down to these levels. So anyone who's like, yeah, this is all happening behind the scenes, don't worry, everyone's prepared. Our law enforcement knows. Most of the country have never heard Al-Qaeda's planning an attack here.
Well, actually, I'll redact what I just mentioned. It sounded like DeSantis actually took it very seriously.
He did.
Didn't he develop some sort of a task force?
So he did multiple things. He, the next day, briefed the sheriffs, every sheriff in the state of Florida, and told them there's a potential threat, which matters, right? And then, he created like basically a kind of an information sharing, so we can get in touch with his people immediately if we found some threat info or just something useful that he could get the state involved in or to train behind. So he's been proactive of like, how can I get ahead of this?
Well,
or how can I use people like you, right? Like your community. Florida's full of retired special ops guys who fought these guys for 20 years overseas, right? And he understands that, and he's like, how do I harness that?
Well, that's what I was getting at. So he did stand up. Eddie Gallagher was telling me about it. I think Scott told me about it.
Well, there's a little bit. So that's slightly different, but he'll be able to utilize that. So he basically has this thing called the Florida National Guard. And the Florida National Guard is like, could have the capabilities of a counterterrorism force. It's being trained properly that way. It has different type of legal authorities. So he has positioned the state of Florida to basically have a force that is a force multiplier against counterterrorism. And this doesn't really exist in other states. So he, though, was on that train even before the Al-Qaeda threat. He just got ahead of it, right? So he was already preparing something like this, and he now has a force with the capabilities that at least can respond along with law enforcement, basically. So you'll have more trained bodies to deal with this faster in an emergency.
So I wonder if there's a way to get, I mean, I'm obviously very concerned about Tennessee. I wonder if there's a way to get DeSantis to have a chat with Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, to start standing something up like that, because I thought that was genius. In fact, I'm going to have my social media team cut a clip of that and try to target Bill Lee to get his attention about that, because there's also a ton of special operations guys, retired guys like me that are out now that live in Tennessee. And that would be, I mean, why would you not do that at this point?
Exactly.
Especially with the way the federal government is, the border wide open. I mean,
no one's coming to save you.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's true.
Scott's book.
And
No
you really
one's
should
coming to
have someone
save you.
come on, because my summary of the Florida National Guard was probably horrible. And they're probably going to sit and watch us and like, she doesn't even know what we do, right? We do way more than that. So you should have someone come on and actually talk about it, because I think it would be interesting for people to see, hey, there are other models out there. People are being creative and innovative on this. States need to take a look at this.
Yeah, the federal government, I mean, hopefully that changes come January 20th. But right now it's not functioning. States better start getting involved. You mentioned something about the IRGC targeting. What is the IRGC to start with?
Embrace the journey.
Basically, it's another branch of the Iranian military, but it would be more like JSOC than like the U.S. Army, if that makes sense.
So it's
they
their tier
have like
one
a
units.
U.S. Army.
Okay.
And then there's different pieces of it. So the most famous one is the Quds Force, and that was one run by Qasem Soleimani. And the Quds Force was almost like special ops, CIA, lethal operations, like all in one.
Okay. And so are they targeting Trump?
So Trump is the one they blame for the death of Qasem Soleimani, because he set up the team. He got the approvals. Because remember, Qasem Soleimani was potentially like, he was a Iranian military general. So the U.S. government wouldn't put him on a hit list, because they're like, that's an official in another government. It wasn't until Trump came in and put lethal authorities that the U.S. could go after him. Iran knows this, so they blame his death in Iraq on Trump almost solely. So they've been planning an operation. I call it the Soleimani plot, but the U.S. government probably calls it something different. And we came across the Soleimani plot while doing our October 7th investigation, because the terrorist I told you about, Mohammad Kazemi, he's masterminding it. So it's so crazy. So he was one of the key plotters of October 7th. He's masterminding, basically assassinating President Trump. The US government doesn't have him on the FBI most wanted list.
Probably because they want him dead.
But isn't that crazy? He's like the mastermind behind a plot. Even if Trump wasn't going to be the president again, he was the mastermind of a plot against a former U.S. president. He's not even on our wanted list. This is the problem with our counterterrorism, has just gone off the rails, right?
Why is it DEI? What is it? What's going on?
I pray they knew he was the mastermind, but there's a potential, like we were the only ones that found the suicide bomber's true name. There's a potential we got lucky and we found the mastermind before the U.S. government. But even once we put it out, nobody in the U.S. government has contacted us to even ask about it. And the crazy part is, we put this at the end of our report, the money going into the Soleimani plot is phenomenal. It's $145 million a month. So that doesn't just assassinate a president. So we don't know what the plot is. The US government's the one that says it's a plot against Trump. There's a ton of money behind that plot. So I don't know if it's bigger than Trump. I don't know if it's Trump and some other symbols. Because remember, so what Iran usually does, and this is a correct assessment by the US government, when they target someone or something, it's always equal. So like if you hit their embassy, they would hit back your embassy. If you killed a scientist, they would do an assassination, right? So the US government is like, okay, we killed Qasem Soleimani. So Iran is going to counter by doing an assassination. But Qasem Soleimani isn't just a man in Iran. To Iran, he was the symbol of the Iranian revolution. Think about that. So he's like, I don't know, our capital or our Statue of Liberty. He's bigger than a man, right? So I do think US might be underestimating how the Iranians view Qasem Soleimani, and I think that the response to him is going to be bigger than they're assessing. I don't think it's just going to be the assassination of one man.
Who do you think? Who else do you think might be on that list?
I mean, with that kind of money, like, I wonder if it's the Capitol.
The entire Capitol. Holy shit.
Well, the building, you know.
Wow. Let's move into the homeland. Why? We'll move into the homeland, then I was going to save that to the end, but it's getting hard to concentrate because that's all I could think about. I think about this stuff all the time. What's coming? I mean, when I talk to Scott, and I can't remember, sometimes I get my conversations blurred because is it on camera or off camera? I can't fucking remember. But Scott, if I remember correctly, Scott told me that Al-Qaeda is basically predicting that the casualty count will be between 50 and 60,000 Americans dead. Am I wrong on that?
So I don't know the count that they're predicting. What I do know is Al-Qaeda trained and sent 1,000 attackers.
1,000 attackers. When did they come through?
So they finished training and they deployed them. Now, depending on how they come through, it could take different times, right? So the fastest I've seen an Afghan leave Afghanistan and get over the border illegally is about 3 weeks. Now, if you get a tourist visa and a Saudi's passport, he can fly the day after he gets his visa, right? So it depends, because they are fine getting people in however they can get them in. And they actually prefer legal immigration, as you can imagine, because they want basically the attackers to sit here and wait. If they're legal, they're not going to raise any alarm bells.
So wait a minute. I just want to clarify. You are 100% certain that there are 1,000 plus Al-Qaeda trained fighters within the United States borders?
Well, Al-Qaeda says they trained and deployed 1,000 for this attack. First off, I think there's more than 1,000 Al-Qaeda members in the United States. But for the Homeland attack, that number is based on what Al-Qaeda is saying. So they could exaggerate it. However, they did have about 1,400 in the Hamas attack. So the number is not off from what they did in the first round of attacks.
Is there any indication of what kind of attacks these are going to be? Actually, before we get into that, how old is this information?
I mean, it's ongoing. So the training's already done, right? So all the training info is now old because they trained all the Homeland attackers, if that makes sense. So like next week, you're not going to get info of a Homeland attacker probably at a terrorist camp because it's already done. So all this has been in the last year.
So it's been over a year. It's been a year.
Because this was a continuation. So they planned October 7th first, and then they rolled into planning this after.
Are we next, or is Europe next?
I think the embassy attacks are next, in my opinion.
What are they waiting for the embassies?
I don't think they're waiting. I think it took time to train them. They've now approved them, and they've now moved into the operational stage.
What about the U.S.?
So the U.S., from what we've seen, I told you about the camps, right? That there's the advanced urban warfare. So we think it's going to look like October 7th, but it's actually based on, and October 7th was probably also based on it. It's based on the Mumbai attacks that occurred 15 years ago in Delhi, India. And we believe this for multiple reasons.
What happened there? Before we dig into that.
Yeah, we talked about this. I think it was my first episode. It was basically a terrorist group, Lashkar-e-Taiba. They did a number, it's called swarming attacks. They did a number of attacks in New Delhi, at a hotel, the Taj Mahal, I believe it was called, at like basically the train station, etc. The interesting thing about it, and this is why they're going to employ it now, is those terrorists were given kind of like latitude. One, they could change the location they were attacking, and they could change the modus operandi they were using. So for example, when they went into the train station, it was supposed to be a bombing. When they got in there, they said, wow, we can kill more people just shooting them than putting the bomb together, and they shot them. Another thing that they did is in real time, information was being passed to them. So when they were in the Taj Mahal, they were being told what was on the press and what the police were doing, and they changed basically some of their movements in the hotel to make the attack last longer, okay? So this is the part that's going to be different, right? So Al-Qaeda always wants to innovate when it does its next attack, right? So I've already told you about the innovation of the suicide vests. Well, do you know we really haven't had a suicide bombing in the United States ever? There's the Nashville guy who did the strange, blew himself up in the car early in the morning when no one was around. That's kind of it.
The AT&T building.
Yep. So we have not had a man walk up to a building with a suicide vest on in the United States. Americans don't understand this. Al-Qaeda knows this, right? So this is new and innovative, especially now. You don't have to walk upside of the building. You can walk in the building because of the advancement of the vest. The other thing is, in the United States, we haven't had Fedayeen attackers. Do you know what this is? I mean, you'll know when I explain it. If you fought in Ramadi, Fallujah, you've seen these. So the concept is the terrorist fights to the death. So he's not exactly a suicide bomber, but he will fight till either all of us are dead or all of his people are dead, right? So this can go on for multiple days, like the plan was for Mumbai, for example. So we think it's going to be a swarming attack, right? Multiple different attacks at one time across multiple cities. We think there will be suicide bombings just because some of the attackers went through suicide bomber training and they have these vests, right? And then we think there's these Fedayeen attackers who will carry on until they're killed. The Fedayeen matters, right? I was watching, I want to say it was like 8 months ago.
Let me just rephrase that. So these guys are trained, and we already overlaid the video of their training, and they are going to fight until they're killed.
Yes.
There's no stopping them.
Exactly. And that matters, right? So I was watching this video, and it was a suicide bombing in Kabul years ago. And it was the bomber blew up. Okay. And then everyone starts moving in. The first responders move in, right? And then another guy walks in and blows up. We know this is a tactic, right? But if Americans don't understand this as a tactic and don't understand these attackers are going to fight to the death, think about that. So the battle's going on. The attacker surrenders, right? He might have the suicide vest. We let our guard down. That man came to die, right? He's going to fight till he dies or you dies. So we can't let our guards down, and they know our weakness, right? So we have to be very careful that we don't have more people die in these second and third order effects of not knowing their intent.
What kind of places do you think they're going to target?
So this is what's complicated. So Al-Qaeda's preference, as you can imagine, is symbols of the U.S. or anything that causes economic damage, right? So Capitol is a great symbol. Capitol was actually I think the Capitol is, a lot of people are targeting it, but the Capitol was in their propaganda just as 9/11 when they were memorializing 9/11, right? So the Capitol matters. I feel like bridges or any kind of public transportation always matters because it puts costs against us and it causes fear. But here's where it gets complicated. So remember, the terrorists might have their goal is they're going to attack the metro in DC, right? But remember, some of these terrorists are going to be ISIS. And remember, they can change location. So the ISIS guy might go down the metro and say, there's not many people down here. I'll kill 20, but there's a event going on. I'm going to go up there, right? And because ISIS is a little different. ISIS just wants mass casualty. So it's going to be interesting how it works with terrorists that came from different backgrounds and when they get choice.
So some of these terrorist organizations are looking for very strategic stuff like U.S. Capitol, basically U.S. governmental infrastructure and elites. And then on the other hand, you have what I'm used to seeing when we were over there. They just look for the easiest, biggest target because they want to kill the most amount of people in the quickest amount of time and get the most press out of it.
Yep.
And so that would lead me to believe universities, churches, stadiums,
farmers markets, those type of things.
How many people, how many fighters do you think we can expect in each attack?
Well, the 1,000 is all of them. So we're calling it's an Al-Qaeda planned attack, but within those 1,000 terrorists, some of them are ISIS because they want ISIS to be blamed. We have a theory on it. I hate to throw out theories. We think the actual like.
It's the first time I think you've ever thrown out a theory.
I know. I just think people are, she's crazy. I think the more of the fighter types are going to be ISIS, because then if they're caught, then they talk. I'm ISIS. I think more of the suicide bombers are going to be Al Qaeda.
Will these attacks do you think these attacks will happen simultaneously throughout the United States, or will they be one day here, next day here, another one over here next week?
So they want them coordinated. I don't know if coordinated means all at the same time, or if coordinated means we do it Monday, we do it Tuesday, we do it Wednesday, we do it Thursday, we do it Friday, just do 5 straight days. So, but they want it coordinated. What's coordinated mean? And the other argument we have, does coordinated also mean US and Europe at the same time? And is Europe all coordinated at the same time? So when they say coordinated, we don't know exactly what that means. So they could also be US and Europe at the same time, which is complicated.
Do you think Europe will see mass casualties, or earlier you kind of mentioned that you think that the primary target in Europe is still U.S. embassies?
No, that's for the wave. So remember, there's a wave of embassy attacks, but then there's this multi-coordinated attack. It's a completely separate wave of attacks. So they're going to get the same October 7th attack in Europe as we're getting in the U.S., as planned right now anyway. And they also, 1,000 terrorists were supposedly trained for the US and deployed, and 1,000 were supposedly trained for the Europe attack and deployed. The embassy plots are completely different, with completely different trained terrorists.
Man, why haven't they hit yet?
Because the training takes the time. So for Israel,
they're here though.
Supposedly. Yeah.
Okay.
They got here.
Let me ask, how long have they been here?
I'm not sure, but if we just do math quick, okay? Israel, they trained 500 terrorists, right? They got a longer timeline, but they were planning to train 500 in 3 months, right? 2 months. So they were going to train 500 in 2 months for Israel. So for Israel, they did it really quick, but it would have been half-assed. They luckily ended up with 1.5 years. But then remember, I told you they had to train 10,000 for Syria. And I think that gets completely ignored, okay? So they have this huge number, and we just saw what the effect of it, right? So the 10,000 for Syria, and some went to Iraq, became the priority. And then we think the homeland attackers were in there. And then that's training's done too, if that makes sense. So they are training for multiple phases at the same time. So it takes time to get through all the training.
Man, this stuff scares the shit out of me. What do you think? Okay, you had mentioned earlier, we just got done talking about the significance of October 7th. How many other dates are there that it could potentially, if they're looking for that kind of, symbology or whatever you want to call it, how many dates are we looking at? Is it too many are there too many significant dates throughout the 20 years that we were over there? That we can't, we can't. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I know you're
saying. How many
saying.
Dates are we looking at here?
Yeah.
Is it impossible? Is it 365? Is every day of the year after 20 years a potential date? Or are there some specific hard dates that you think that federal, state, local government should be looking at?
Sure. Well, I think if we just talk about the October 7th investigation we did, we actually discussed 3 dates. We discussed the significance of October 7th being the day we started Operation Enduring Freedom. Remember when I said they started training in August? They actually started training on August 7th. They chose August 7th because that was the anniversary of the Tanzania and Kenya embassy bombings, okay? So they did choose even a historic date to start training, okay? And then when you go to 9/11, the majority of Americans, I don't even think the majority of the US government knows why 9/11 was chosen. You'll get these stupid theories. It was start of the school year, or 11 means Allah or something like that. It comes from 9/11, 1922. And it was basically kind of, after the time of the British mandate. And that was the first day they basically took a Westerner and said, this Westerner, he ended up being a British and Jewish, you are in charge of kind of like this Palestinian type of mandate. And Al-Qaeda had cared about a date from 1922, and that's why they chose 9/11 to attack us. So there are dates that matter, right? But we focus on the dates that matter to us, and we forget to look at the dates that matter to them, right? So a lot of people say, well, it's likely then going to happen on the day bin Laden was killed. Is it? When they're choosing some of like a date from 1922. So I think there's dates that matter. And I did some work and I forget one I picked. I think it was like June 5th or something. And it was some historic thing, right? But there, like you said, there's a lot to choose from. And the other thing you need to keep in mind is there's been this war going on in Syria, for a very long time. And a lot of things happen in Syria that have open wounds for these terrorists, right? And it's why a lot of these terrorists have come together is from the war in Syria. So they could just pick a date a terrorist was murdered in Syria, for example, right? Or even Hamza bin Laden's wife was killed in the operation to kill her father. They could choose the date she was killed. So there's also just so many terrorist martyrs that they could choose dates from, within the last 20 years of war. So it's really hard to pick a date because then you're also anticipating something that doesn't happen. Even how 2025 is, right? So Al-Qaeda is planning the attack for 2025. But remember, I told you, Israel was planned for 2022. It got shifted a year. Now, if you are following that and it didn't happen, you're like, okay, the attack didn't happen. The information was bullshit, right? So if attack doesn't happen in 2025 and they push it a few months, then people put their guard down again. And we need to be careful about stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't even know where to go from here. I mean, it just sounds, it sounds inevitable that it's going to happen.
I know. And that's the thing, it just dawned on me too. When we did October 7th, this is really interesting because this goes back to, what you talked about earlier, passing threats and leads to the government, which is almost impossible. People saw these Hamas terrorists planning and training in Afghanistan, and it got provided to Israel. When we did our investigation, some people gave us the reports they gave to the Israeli government, and we used them in our October 7th investigation. So we saw some of the stuff passed to the Israelis, so they knew at least Hamas was training for some big plot in Afghanistan. And I worry because same things are being passed to our government, and they're not taking it serious, right? And I don't know how what happened in Israel doesn't make you think twice, right? About, hey, we're making the same mistake.
What are we talked a lot about, passports too in your previous episode. Are they coming in straight to the U.S., with U.S. passports or passports with visas to the U.S., or is the majority of it going to South America and then funneling up through the Darien Gap into the southern border?
So in my opinion, terrorists in general just leaving Afghanistan, a lot of them are coming up through the Darien Gap to the border. And there was a big push, right? Get in the U.S. while you can. Now, not all those Al-Qaeda's attackers, right? But they came in with fake Afghan passports. They came in with fake Syrian passports, fake Turkish passports. Those are the kind of the three preferences because they're easiest to get. And then, if our border patrol agents, a lot of them haven't been overseas, right? If an Egyptian shows up at the border with a Syrian passport, is he going to know that person was Egyptian? I mean, his passport says Syrian, right? Yeah. So we have that problem. But then Al-Qaeda wants to embarrass us again, like they did with the 9/11 attackers. And they've trained clean terrorists, right? From like Saudi, Kuwait, Jordan, etc. And they want them to get legitimate visas. So we can't trust our system again. So we have both issues going on. The other issue too is a lot of these terrorists are coming up, right? And there still is the problem of lone wolves. There is the problem of we have terrorists in this country now where those members have never been in this country, right? We don't have any idea what their intent is. Islamic movement of Uzbekistan is a great example, right? They've sent terrorists from Afghanistan region here. Why? Right? We have terrorists in this country that we don't even know their long-term plans against us because they're never really been a focus of ours, or we focused on them with this little piece where they did a few operations or training with Al-Qaeda, right? But we don't know the intent, and maybe they just are force multipliers for Al-Qaeda or the Islamic Army, but we lack the understanding.
Do you think these numbers are going to grow? I mean, we just saw I'm not spun up on the Syria thing, but it looked like we're done. Trump said we shouldn't even be there. Does that free up? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? But what I'm asking is, does that free up? You said they sent 10,000 new trained terrorists to Syria. So now that that's kind of done, are they coming here?
Well, the bad part with those 10,000, right, is there's battles going to continue. The Kurds, right? There's definitely going to be a war with the Kurds. So there's still going to be battles going on in Syria. But remember, Al-Qaeda has all these waves. So they have the Caliphate wave. The Caliphate wave includes Syria, Iraq, Mali, Somalia, Burkina Faso. So those 10,000 will likely roll into either Iraq or they'll deploy to Africa. Okay. So they're likely not coming here just because they're in like the Caliphate wave and they've been trained in that wave, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to put them with the people you've trained to do the homeland attack or the embassy attacks, et cetera, just because you have enough bodies. And that's the thing. The number of recruits they can bring into Afghanistan, we've never seen anything like it. So there is no lack of bodies. There's no lack of terrorist volunteering. There's this really amazing documentary. Boone and I went and saw it, 6 or 7 months ago. It was called Jihad Rehab. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
Sadly, when it got put out, I want to say it was originally at Sundance, and then there was a lot of news that people were exploiting the terrorists, like the director was exploiting the terrorists, I kid you not. And then it got a bunch of hate, and it was almost like taken off of everything, and theaters like, we're not playing it. And so the director, she's kind of gone city to city and finances it herself and puts it out. So she was putting it, some people paid for her to come to the villages in Florida, and I was like, I want to see this, let's drive up. So we went up to the villages, which is super happening, by the way. I mean,
I've heard all about the villages.
I've never been there. And one night there, I was like, I get it. 5-10 years, I might be buying a house here.
Oh
it was
my God,
it was a cool place. There was tons of people our age. So the fact that everyone's super old is also a lie. But of course, we're like older now. So anyway, it's a really interesting documentary. But what she does is she walks through basically 4 Al-Qaeda terrorists and their path, and they're now in the Saudi government's rehabilitation program. And then you walk through as they're going through that program and then how it ends, okay? Well, in it, they all talk about why they joined Al-Qaeda and why they deployed to Afghanistan, et cetera. And they all have a different reason. The interesting part is Al-Qaeda focuses on those reasons. And one of them, basically, she asked him, was life easier for you in Afghanistan? And he said, yes, because the terrorists make a whole social security net, okay? So Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are so amazing at this. So if you go there as a foreign fighter, right, you obviously have a home. You have all the weapons you want. You get all the training you want, right? You get a financial stipend. And then if you're young, you can get married. And the crazy part is you don't have to marry an Afghan woman. If you came from Syria and you want to marry a Syrian woman, Al-Qaeda will bring in Syrian women. So they want you to, and the crazy part is, and people don't understand this, so Al-Qaeda realized something they did wrong, okay? We didn't focus enough on 2nd and 3rd generation, and we definitely didn't train 2nd and 3rd generation. So when the US came at us and started especially drone striking us, we couldn't keep up and keep putting good talent in, right? The 3rd and 4th string of external operations sucked. I met one of them, right? So Al-Qaeda's like, we're not going to let this happen again. We want you to come here. We want you to have families. We're going to train your sons. We're going to train the next generation. Shit. We're going to be a whole jihadi family. And we're never going to have that failure again where the 2nd generation can't step up.
Wow. Another thing I want to ask you about is China. You know, China was in negotiations with Taliban before we ever even left. Huge lithium deposits in Afghanistan. I've got reports from my local law enforcement talking about Chinese state coming through the border, setting up all these camps all over the place. They've traced them all the way from Tennessee to Nevada. They've seen training camps where Chinese state are actually training. Do you think there's going to be any coordination between the terrorist homeland attacks.
Now, I don't know if you guys remember that China came over to the US and bought up a bunch of land. Like, the US is for sale right now. You understand? You can buy plots of land all throughout the US. China was coming over here, if you guys remember, and buying land in bulk. This is what he's talking about. And they have bases set up and training on that land. This is China. You understand what I'm saying? So we're going to get into what they believe China and what the Taliban or the Islamic Army would have, I guess, in common when it comes to the future of the US, right? Of America. All right, let's listen in.
And will Chinese state be involved in that?
So, from what I know, so there's two pieces to this. Can we do China and Russia? Because Russia is a big problem. You know, they're trying to counter us as we're trying to counter them. So China's a little more of a longer game. Now, China is meeting with the terrorists. The place I have an issue with China is I do think China is going to find a way to use the terrorists as proxies. But the place I'm most concerned about is, you talked about the lithium, but there's uranium mines too. So at least the uranium mines in like two of the provinces in the south are essentially owned and run by China. So China's in them. Al-Qaeda is in them. And IRGC is there trying to help Al-Qaeda basically use uranium, not exactly like you would use it for nuclear power, maybe like a dirty bomb or something. So China, Iran, and Al-Qaeda are basically in the same building, right? So think of that as they innovate on that and grow. If we go to war with China, I do think China will likely wait and use the terrorists as a proxy against us. Now that brings us to Russia, right? So we talked about this in our October 7th report. So the terrorists actually decided to do the Israel attacks after Russia invaded Ukraine. They're like, it's a really good time. Everybody's focused on Ukraine. So they started the plotting in March of 2022. When they started the plotting, the terrorists reached out to Russia and said, is this going to be okay? And Russia's like, go for it, go for it, go for it. So when Zawahiri was killed and Al-Qaeda's like, we're not doing this attack October 7th because the U.S. will come and bomb all of our locations in Afghanistan. We'll lose our base. They reached back out to Russia, and Russia's like, no, do it in 2022. Don't wait. I need to get this pressure off me from my war in Ukraine. Well, fast forward to these. There is information that Russia is helping bring in some of the tools necessary for Al-Qaeda's homeland attack.
Say that again.
There's information that Russia and Russian pipelines are helping bring in some of the resources that are going to support Al-Qaeda's homeland attack. And it's to
into this country?
Yep, to push at us for Ukraine. Just like we're doing stuff against Russia.
So hold on.
Push at them against Ukraine.
So Russia's sending supplies into the United States to help with the terrorist homeland.
Their pipeline is helping move some of Al-Qaeda's supplies in the United States for their homeland attack.
Which is probably our own fucking supplies because we left everything there.
So.
Am I right?
I mean, it's a different kind of supply. I'll tell you what the supply is. But it is a Russian channel, reportedly, that the supply has moved through. So we have to remember there's a lot of dirty games going on around the Russian-Ukraine war. We're doing things to counter Russia and likely funding terrorists. Russia's doing the same thing, to not think they're trying to also undercut us and also get on the side of our enemy and hit us with our enemy. Because think about it, Al-Qaeda is going to pull off an attack. It's going to be blamed on ISIS. No one's going to call it Al-Qaeda. No one's definitely going to say Russia played a piece in it, right? So it's very smart of them too. And so there's all this kind of like, we say we're in near peer, and near peer has gotten smart about using terrorists. We might be thinking Sirajudeen Haqqani can be used against them. And so everybody's playing this game of the terrorists now.
So we have two of the world's largest superpowers convoluting with Al-Qaeda and terrorist organizations.
And remember, to them, they beat us, right? Like right now, like Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are power players. I mean, people think, oh, Afghanistan's a third world country. They're not being treated a third world country, right? The foreign, our enemies are not treating them that way. They're treating them with respect, right? They're saying, what can you do for me? What can I do for you?
And Iran. I forgot Iran.
And Iran. And there's North Koreans in Afghanistan too.
You know, also, you know, that makes a lot of sense with the Israel stuff. I know there's a lot of controversy about that. I didn't really understand why we're so heavily involved with that. And, but now.
It's the same guys who are going to attack us. So let Israel take them out.
That makes, so do you
worth
think,
every penny.
yeah. So do you think that's why we're doing it?
Well, I think we're doing it because they are an ally, right? I don't think people understand that is just the dress rehearsal, the first step to our attack. I don't think they understand it that way. But I do think people understand, I mean, Israel's taking out these guys who did the Beirut Marine bombings. So there is still a level of respect that they really are taking out some of our enemies and terrorists who did kill a lot of Americans who were never brought to justice.
I mean, they've been pretty damn effective from what I've seen.
They have been.
It's very...
We've never seen anything like this at this level, to be honest.
Yeah, it's...
at the speed.
Super impressive. I don't even know if we're capable of that kind of shit anymore.
We're not legally capable.
Yeah, GoDaddy Arrow is so easy. AI built me a website in...
I feel like we're just a fucking joke.
Yeah, I'd rather have another country do it for me. I mean, even our Benghazi attackers, half of them are killed. Nothing to do with the United States. It's General Haftar in Libya did it. U.S. won't even back him. And he basically like, fine, I'll pay Wagner Group to do it. I mean, it's bad, right? If the U.S. would have backed him, we could have had all the successes. We don't have the spine.
Man. What else do you want to talk about?
It's up to you. I'm your guest.
I don't know if I can take any more bad news today, Sarah. What do you think about Kash Patel taking the FBI?
I mean, I'm looking forward to, I mean, you know, FBI to us is a huge failure. The Benghazi investigation is a nightmare. We passed them the mortar team last November. As I told you, we still don't have a response. You know, I talk about how we passed tips and threats to multiple government organizations. We passed them something I felt interesting, actionable, that they could get ahead of on ISIS. No response. So no matter what, like his first day on the job, I want to bug him. And so, you know, we still haven't got our Benghazi attackers watch listed, right? Big problem. We're completely upset about it. We've written, as I told you, like over a dozen Congress people. But there's one Benghazi plotter, and I've talked about him in the last episode, and we did a whole report on him. We call it Al-Qaeda's Lord of War. And I'll say the long name again. So the terrorists call him Musa bin Ali, but his name is Abdul Azim Ali Musa bin Ali, and he's from the Al-Darsi clan in Libya. But he was a 2012 Benghazi plotter. I've told you this before. And he is also involved in the U.S. Homeland plot. He helped on the Hamas attacks, and he's helping in some of the U.S. embassy attacks. And we want him put on the FBI most wanted list. Like, they can put one Benghazi attacker on the wanted list already. This is ridiculous. He's continuing attacks against us. And it's just, he's completely ignored, right? Because he was involved in Benghazi attacks. Nobody cares. And look at all these other things he's doing. He was one of the big logistics guy for all these fighters in Syria. And then we act like we didn't even know all those guys got there. Guess what? If you were following him and targeting him, you would have seen all these fighters move there. Numerous people have been passing stuff to the U.S. government about all these guys training in Afghanistan for Syria. They didn't want to hear it. They said, oh, those numbers are exaggerated. We don't believe it. If this was happening, we'd see it. It's like, no, you're not going to see it. You lost 99% of intelligence collection. You rely on the Taliban now. You are not going to see it. And it's like getting over their arrogance. You know, when we were in Benghazi, we knew we had no counterterrorism collection, right? Like we hadn't really had under Gaddafi. We relied on him. And then we had no terrorist sources and terrorist groups in Benghazi at the time. We knew we were sitting ducks, right? I don't know how we can't get smart people to be honest and say, yeah, we don't have this collection. I don't have an asset, the US government, not I don't have an asset on Hamza bin Laden. I need to go make an asset on Hamza bin Laden, right? Like I'm behind the curve. Why can't they do that? Why aren't they doing their jobs?
Well, I mean, The only thing that comes to my mind is we fucking pulled everybody out, so there's literally no intelligence collection happening over there right now.
The other problem is, and Scott said this to you, and Scott's 100% right, the allies we abandoned hate the CIA. They hate huge parts of the military, except maybe their one friend. They are collecting info and won't even give it to us. I talked to some Afghans and they said, we actually passed some stuff to Israel. We'll never pass it to the United States. Think about that. They'll pass it to Israel.
Wow.
So the other part is we abandoned some quality people and they hate us now. So we're not going to get the information even if we try, because they'll be like, screw you. What we did, this is crazy. So, I was talking to a CIA asset that got abandoned, okay? And so I was like, well, what happened? What did they do? And he said, they gave me a phone number and they said, when you get to the Kabul airport, call this number and we'll get you evacuated, okay? It's a one-way number. It basically goes to a voice answering service, right? So he's like, I called it. No one ever called me back. And he said, and then one day they turned it off. He had no way to ever recontact them again. They shut off the damn phone number.
Holy shit. So they would have to build completely new relationships.
And how do you at that point?
With nobody.
You didn't even give me the respect to give me a number to call and a threat once or twice a year.
With zero footprint. Well.
Now y'all got to know that was a setup by the Biden administration. They definitely set that up to where the Taliban could take over. And it was a deal. It had to have been a deal that was struck with the Biden administration, something that was mutually beneficial to both parties, not to the individuals who are actually active and taking part on both sides, but just for those individuals who struck that deal, made the deal, and finalized it. Okay. Now, the Biden administration is whoever's controlling these deals. Biden himself, of course, deteriorating in his mind, right? He can't call shots like no, he's just a puppet. But we know for sure that whoever's truly in control of that administration definitely got paid very well. It could be a warlord, somebody who sells firearms and things like that to the Taliban. Because we damn sure who made that call on Brittany Griner. I believe it was Biden who made the call, right? Yes, it was Joe Biden who made the call on Brittany Griner releasing one of the top arms dealers in the country, or in the world. I'm sorry, in the world, releasing one of the top German arms dealers in the world for a LGBTQ WNBA player. We got to know when we've been screwed over and when we're being set up, right? Definitely setting us up. We're almost done, y'all. I appreciate y'all rocking with me for this long. We're almost done. I'm still listening. A lot of information. It's a hell of a lot. It's a hell of a lot of, yes, ma'am. It's a lot of information. And it's a lot of information that definitely you want to take it seriously. Don't take it lightly. But also, yes, prepare yourself with. The American people are weak. They don't care. Don't understand politics, and they too busy looking for the next dance trend. They don't care about politics right now, and to decelerate towards the system to make a difference. Not enough people care or can agree on the issue that matter. What's sadder is tomorrow we all have to go on as if we heard none of this, and play the fool until it knocks on our door literally. I'm a little sick about it. Nothing in America should be more important than this right now. Unfortunately, selflessness is, yeah, absolutely. Selfishness is, absolutely. They too busy talking about Joy Taylor, and Skip Bayless allegations, right? Nothing that's been confirmed. I believe they're all false allegations that cannot be proven. And they're talking about that. They're not talking about how literally you got Iran, you got Afghanistan, Islamic army, right? You got China, you got Russia, and got only the Father knows who else in that lineup who's looking to beat down the door in the US. We got China, who's already infiltrated and bought up land, right? In which Trump had to stop them from buying land. Okay. That's how much land it was buying at an accelerated pace. All right. And then now we do have at least over 1,000 terrorists that are currently stationed here in the US that are, I believe, now set to an active status. So, and then we have Osama bin Laden's son, Hassan bin Laden, who's on a war path to bring war to US soil. And that is his main focus and goal, so much so that he has other sectors of an Islamic army compromising and submitting to a rule. You understand what I'm saying? So they can come together and make that goal happen. Listen, and we're still trying to figure out the next dance trend. That's why I think it's a load of shit. I think that a lot of stuff that's going on right now, it's a distraction, and they're trying to keep you from being able to look up. You understand what I'm saying? And see what's really going on. Let's finish this thing out. Let's go, y'all. Yeah, it's just crazy. It is. And you do got to go on almost as though you never heard this, but also think about it in a way as to where start making preparations to getting yourself trained, getting your affairs in order, getting your financial tool secured. You understand what I'm saying? Or increasing your financial tool. So when it comes time, it's time to make a move. You can be able to do so and get around like-minded individuals. You get what I'm saying? Get the training. Let's continue. Let's finish this thing out, y'all.
I don't even know where to go from here.
Me neither. You're the expert.
I'm the expert.
Yeah, you do this multiple times a week.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking as a country.
I know. It's frustrating.
You know, it makes me worried from my kids. Like, it's what I really worry about.
The first time seeing the Bays, I was definitely intimidated. Growing up, I didn't speak much.
Right? Because it's amazing. We only empowered these terrorists for a few years, but look what they've done with it. And I think there's a real disconnect in the US. Like the US is like, yeah, well, we haven't had terrorist attacks here. Yeah, because we were over there killing them. And now they plot, they train. We don't hit the camps. We used to bomb the camps. So Americans don't understand that those attacks didn't happen here because you and I were overseas stopping them. Yeah. Right? And so they're like, yeah, it's fine. And they downplayed. It's like, we've been saving you for 20 years. Nobody's doing it anymore. So you better learn to save yourself, right? Yeah. So it's a very frustrating thing too, because you can't get any support for this. They're like, oh, terrorism is just a political thing and they just try to bring fear in you. And it's like, what are you talking about? So it's very frustrating.
Well, that's Americans. That's how they are, man. Disconnected. But when do you think, this will be kind of, I want to wrap the interview up, but sure. How certain are you think we'll see something in 2025?
I'm certain we'll either have embassy attacks in 2025 or the homeland attack or both.
All right. Well.
And that actually was I'm sorry. It was actually December 31st. You know what I mean? With the New Orleans situation. Or was that January 1st? One or the other. Because this happened before. It was a few weeks. She said this a few weeks before that took place, and he had the ISIS flag and all of that junk. in the truck as well. So that's just, yeah, how accurate that was, right? Homeland attack that took place January 1st. In which she said, I think we're going to be seeing both, not only embassy attacks, but homeland attacks as well. So I believe it's going to increase throughout the year, more than likely. You just have to keep your eyes peeled, keep your eyes open, and stay aware. Have situational awareness. Avoid large crowds, large areas. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of you will. And that you can just put a lot of that to bed for this year. You know what I'm saying? Put a lot of that to bed for this year, just for the simple fact that you don't know who's going to do what type of attack's going to happen at any given moment. Stay prayed up, and keep praying about the situation. You already know. Let's go ahead and let them finish.
There you have it, folks. So Sarah Adams, former CIA targeter, and like I said, we got a love-hate relationship. I love having you on. I hate the information that you bring us because it's just, but you know, we need to know it because while the government doesn't want to take this shit seriously, a lot of citizens do. And, you know, they're getting ready. A lot of people are getting ready. A lot of people are yanking their kids out of school because of safety. A lot of people are at least yanking them out of schools that have no safety precautions or any plan at all. and it's important that regular everyday Americans hear this stuff because, like you said, like Scott Mann says, nobody's coming to save you. This machine is no longer working. And so you better take matters into your own hands. And once again, Sarah, you write our intelligence newsletter every week, comes out every Monday. Benghazi, Know Thy Enemy. We'll link it in the description below. And let's go get some lunch, and I'll see you in a couple months.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks again, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. I know this is crazy. Decompress. Make sure you meditate on the word. Do some good meditations and affirmations. Understand and know that the Most High has got you. But also, we need to understand and know this. We need to know the information. And like you said, they'd rather talk about all the rest of this shit, right? Nah, I think what's really important is to bring the truth to the platforms and give the people the wealth of knowledge, right? Of having knowledge to understand what's coming. So it's extremely important to do streams like this, and individuals who are streaming this information. It's extremely important. Now, this one right here, Sarah Adams, they've recommended Sarah Adams on countless occasions, right? And what she talks about and information she reveals, especially on Sean Ryan's podcast or show that he has here, really is information for the public. It's information for the public to prepare themselves. We'll just keep our eyes peeled. I mean, if our intel is correct, then we're going to see a lot of casualties this year. We're going to see a lot of mass genocide within the U.S. this year, some casualties, and also, of course, we're going to be seeing a lot of terrorist attacks. You just got to stay ready, so you ain't got to get ready. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't got a firearm, go sell your cloak and buy one. Well, if you don't have a firearm, just do what you can and go get one. You know what I'm saying? To protect yourself if need be. Like they said, ain't nobody coming to save you. I promise you. I keep telling you guys this over and over again, right? The police, they're not here to save you. I think you guys know this by now. The FBI, they're not here to protect you. They're here to protect the money. They're here to protect the assets. You understand what I'm saying? Even the Border Patrol, Homeland Security, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these individuals are already bought and paid for and already corrupt. They already see the writings on the walls, and they already turn the other cheek and look the other way and allow things to take place. That's what they do. You got child trafficking. That's another thing that I want to speak about on this platform as well. I believe that the Most High has put that on my heart, and I believe that he's shown me the right channels to actually bring information wise in regards to that. But we got an even bigger fight coming on the way. You know what I mean? Potentially this year, potentially. Now you never know. They might change it up. They might try to do it to where it's like, element of surprise. You never know. But just be on the lookout for this, because I don't doubt it. I think that she's definitely telling the truth, and she's 100% accurate at what she's saying. But we'll see. We'll see what the year brings. I'm pretty sure a lot of people said that before COVID hit. You know what I'm saying? See what the year brings, then down goes Kobe's plane, and then boom, outbreak of COVID happens immediately after. Not a coincidence. So man, I really hope that you guys enjoyed this, and hopefully it was edifying to you all. I'm so glad you guys stuck it out with me here for this long. Like, listen, yeah, we rocked it out longer than this before. Man, look, it's 12 o'clock. It's 12 a.m. You understand what I'm saying? It's time for y'all to get some rest. It's time for me to get some rest. I've been at it all day. I really appreciate you guys coming on this journey. And I'm really happy we was able to unpack this. Like, you got to understand, like, I'm really happy we was able to unpack this and bring this out. You understand? So now more of you can have a clear understanding as to what the year may bring and what you need to be on the lookout for. I promise you, y'all, this is going to be crazy. We got Russia, we got China, we got Iran, we got Afghanistan, we got North Korea. Steady making enemies. And I like I said, it only got worse when Biden took office. It got worse. And as soon as he stepped in there, shit got bad. Shit got real bad. You know what I mean? But we're going to go ahead and sign this thing off, y'all. This is your host, Barack. I really appreciate you guys joining me here today. May Yah continue to bless you, continue to keep you, right? And we all know that we have to shed light on these things, all right? Because light creates what? Understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience. And patience creates unity. So let's be unified in the spirit, y'all. On the way out, let's get them Rams and them sheets in the chat, y'all. On the way out, man. Salute to everybody. Salute to the real that stayed up and rocked this thing out. Big salute to you.
Carry on.
Let's drop them Rams and them sheets in the chat. Bless y'all. Peace and shalom.